Emma stood looking at the wall, which was half wooden, half plastered. Those black letters, which were scrawled in charcoal or scraped and darkened by time, stabbed her eyes. She blinked, a tear falling down her cheek. When the woman went into labor, she already knew she was having a girl. But why so early? She was getting frustrated. Be patient. Her sister held her hand. I'm doing the best I can. Angelica clutched her eyes. That's it. The sister looked out the window of the ambulance. The hospital should be showing soon. When already, exhaled with a sound the woman in labor. Now, be patient, my dear. They had already wrapped up in front of the hospital building. It didn't go as planned, but the baby was born. A girl? She looked at the doctor. Yes, he smiled. Emma had been born prematurely, so she needed extra care. Her parents had gotten over that. But what no one had expected was that she would develop another disease. The baby had to be taken to another hospital, and the mother could not be put there with the child. She went under the windows, whimpering, crying, wondering what was wrong with her baby. Angelica, I can tell you that your child is better. I can discharge you. The doctor pleased the woman. Is she going to be all right? She looked at the man with hope. I hope so. I want the baby to always do well. Angelica cried again. She and her husband had waited so long for this pregnancy that they had given up hope. Their eldest son was already 9 years old, and when they had already given up on everything, Angelica found out that she was expecting a child. What a surprise, rejoiced Stan, Angelica's husband. I'm glad, but I'm afraid to jinx it, she said quietly. From that time on, Stan protected his wife from whatever happened. If there was bad news, he hushed it up, smiling as if all was well. Some messed up at school, never said a word either. And now Emma's lying in her crib with her family. She liked that she had such a company. She felt like an adult. She thought it was possible to be rude to adults and do different things. And her father and mother never expected that a nice and good girl would grow up to be such a miracle. Emma, tomorrow is grandmother's anniversary. The whole family will have to go, her mother told her. Oh, again to go to this grandmother, listen to her strange stories. The girl did not understand why always do it. What are you saying? She is the only one we have left. There are no more old relatives. Took offense at her father. It was his mother. Well, I'll go, she said reluctantly, and went out again. Angelica, why don't you put her in her place? Her sister asked her. Yes, what place? Have you seen how she behaves? The woman lamented. Exactly, and it is necessary to put such people in their place immediately. If you give weakness now, then later you will not be able to cope with her at all. The sister was sure of it. Listen, how old I am. I want my daughter to love me, not hate me. The woman was ready to cry. Why should she hate you? The sister didn't understand that. It's just that if I start forbidding things now, she'll do the opposite. If I forbid her to go out late, she will go out even longer, and what will happen to her? I don't know, so let her go out. Her head and legs are safe. Everything is fine. Angelica didn't understand how to bring up her daughter. Unlike her, Emma's brother was quite different. He had long ago graduated from school, entered, studied, now worked and lived with his family. His mother wasn't worried about him at all. But her daughter, on the other hand, had gotten out of hand. The next day, as agreed, they gathered the whole family and went to her grandmother. She set the table and waited for the guests. When all the congratulations were over and the grandmother brought out the hot food, they started talking. Didn't you try asking about my father again? A woman asked. We tried, but it's no use. There's no accurate information, Emma's father told her. Oh, that's a shame. Grandmother lowered her head. And this was repeated every time the children gathered at her house. How Mummy loved him, Sarah said. Come on, tell me. We can see you want to tell the story again. Angelica knew her mother-in-law loved to talk about her father, even though she didn't know much about him. Emma, do you remember the story? Her grandmother turned to her. it began, sighed the girl. We were just little kids then, my brother 9, my other brother 7, my older sister 5, and me 3. She'd always started with it. Yes, we remember you lived in a big house with your family. And then what happened? Asked her son. He loved this place. It was the most interesting. The war started. We had to go to the front, but my father, because he had many children and was the only breadwinner, was not drafted. He volunteered himself. He said he couldn't just sit at home when the motherland was in danger, Sarah said. So he went, her son continued for her. Yes, he left. And then we'd get letters, and Mom would unfold this triangle, gather us, all the children around her, and read. Daddy wrote a lot. He loved Mommy so much that he kept repeating it. I was 3 years old, but I remember how fondly she read what was written in that triangle. Sarah looked around the table. She covered her face with her hands, exhaled, and continued. There was nothing left until the end of the war. It was the winter of 45. My father hadn't written for a long time. And then, Mother saw the letter carrier. She ran out onto the porch. But it turned out to be a funeral. Not even a funeral, but the news that my father was missing. My grandmother brushed away an invisible tear. After that she smiled. Everyone sat and was silent. What are you all quiet? Let's get on with it, she said, and the party continued. Emma sat there with a disgruntled face. She had heard this story a million times before and didn't understand why it had to be told again and again. And there were always new facts added. Do you have a picture of your father? Her son asked her. I do, but I have to look for it, she answered. Can I go for a walk? Emma got up from the table. She thought she'd accomplished her mission. She'd done all the official part. And now, when these conversations started, she just didn't want to listen to them. Yes, of course, Emma, run along. Her grandmother looked at her. Her mother and father were against it. But there was nothing more they could say. Without even saying goodbye, the girl put on her shoes and went outside. She was with her friends again, everything repeated as usual. Mom, we have to tell something about a relative who was in the war. Emma came home one day. That's wonderful. Write about your grandfather. The woman turned to her. And what will I write about him? Did not understand the girl, that his family stayed home. He wrote letters and then disappeared. Well, why, let's make up that he was somewhere, participated in some serious battle, and after that, went missing, suggested the mother. And what, we're going to lie? Emma wondered. Why not? You'll write the truth. Mom was sure of her words. What was Grandpa's name, anyway? Emma asked. Oliver, she told her. Well, I'll write something myself. She went to her room, tore a sheet out of her notebook, and began to write something. What did you get? A woman came into her room in the evening. Look, the girl wrote so much, it was amazing. The mother couldn't believe her eyes that her daughter could really make up so much. I didn't make it up, but a friend told me about it, so I tied it to our grandfather. Emma told the truth. The mother sighed. She had read the whole story to the end. The connection with her grandfather was only in the name, surname, and patronymic, nothing else in common. Emma was still friends with her company, and she behaved very badly. One evening, she asked her mother to go to a disco, but it was already 2 o'clock in the morning and her daughter was still out. Where do you think she is? Angelica looked at her husband. How do I know where your daughter is? He was nervous too. That's why he was rude. The man went to bed and Angelica sat waiting for Emma. Various images began to appear in her head, that she had been caught by some maniac or rapist and all the rest. She thought that if her daughter hadn't come in for so long, something must have happened to her. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the mother opened the door and there was Emma. Where have you been? Mother couldn't resist slapping her. Mom, why? She looked at her with red eyes. Come quickly and go to bed. The woman said strictly, went to her room and lay down. Are you here? Her husband turned to her. Yes, she nodded her head and closed her eyes. Everything is fine. "And you will worry," whispered the man. "Go to sleep," Angelica answered him. Further, everything went on exactly the same way. Mother and father were generally afraid that the daughter would not graduate from school, but to their surprise, Emma at the beginning of high school, namely in the 10th grade, left that company, began to communicate with classmates. Her studies tightened up, and unlike the way she studied in 7th grade, her grades were now very good. "Daughter, what happened to you?" her mother asked her. "Nothing. Why do you ask?" she wondered. "We thought that you would not go to the 10th, but you not only went to the 10th, but also began to study well," her mother honestly told her. "Mom, I'm in love," sat next to her girl. "And who is he?" exclaimed her mother. "You don't know him. This guy is older than me." Emma wanted to share with someone. "I hope you'll introduce us." Angelica was sure of it. "Sure, but it would take time," the girl said. They met Mickey at the same disco. One of their mutual acquaintances approached them. Then they joined their company. Then all the evening the guys were together, and the next day, when she was leaving school, the guy met her there with one flower in his hand. "Mickey." Emma was surprised at the time. "Hi, just thought I'd do you a favor." He handed her the flower. They walked down the sidewalk. Emma didn't know if she was going home or if Mickey had something to offer her. "Are you going home?" he asked her. "Yeah, I have to at least put my bag down," she pointed at it. "Okay, let's go. And then I'll take you out for ice cream," Mickey said childishly. Emma laughed. "What's so funny?" He didn't get it. "It's like we're 9 years old that you're asking me to go to the cafe for ice cream." She was still laughing. "Okay, I'm taking you to a cafe to drink champagne," he told her. She laughed again. "What's so funny now?" He didn't understand. No, it's just that she was smiling sweetly. With the guy had developed such a relationship that Emma didn't know how they felt about each other. Turns out she liked him and he liked her too. But he wasn't taking any action, Emma even less so. "You're always so mysterious," he told her. "I just want to know what's going on between us. I've already told my mother about you, and we still have nothing." The girl was truthful with him. "And what do you want?" He did not understand. "You and I have been together for more than 4 months. We go out every day. You pick me up, give me gifts, flowers, but we do not hug, do not kiss. I do not know how to understand our relationship. Are we just very good friends, or are we boyfriend and girlfriend?" She asked him. "Okay, if you need an official statement, then I'm telling you that you and I are boyfriend and girlfriend." Mickey was sure of it. "Okay, why aren't you hiding and kissing me then?" She asked him the next question. "I'm afraid," he admitted. "Of what?" She didn't understand. "You're just a little girl. How can I do anything to you?" He was very honest. So that's the problem, the girl realized now. All through 10th grade and summer vacation, they continued to be friends. And on September 1, when the girl went to the 11th grade, she decided to introduce Mickey to her mom and dad. "Here we are." They came into the apartment. "Oh, guys, come on in." Angelica greeted them on the doorstep. She was so pleased that her daughter had met such a handsome guy, who was now not against even coming to visit her. "Hello," said the young man politely. "Come in already," the girl hurried him. "Come on," Emma looked at her sternly mother. They went into the room. The woman smiled all the time. She wanted to get to know her daughter's suitor better. There was cake and cups for tea on the table. Everyone made themselves comfortable. Mickey was silent at first. He was shy. "There's no need to be embarrassed. Everyone is here." The woman touched his arm and spoke. "It's okay." He looked up at her. "Tell me about it." The father was ready to listen to the boy. "Why are you picking on him? We're fine." Emma moved closer to her boyfriend. "We're not bothering you. I just wanted to know if you're going to enroll now. And what are Mickey's plans?" "It's okay. We've already talked about it." The young man started talking at once. "And what was decided?" The mother was also interested. "Emma will not go anywhere. She will enroll here. There is an option that if she leaves, I will follow her, at least for a while, the boy said firmly. Parents rejoiced. They realized that the daughter found a responsible and serious groom. Now they were not worried about Emmy's future. They realized that she would do well. Mickey, you need to meet our grandmother, Angelica told him. Oh, not again, Emma whispered in his ear. Why would you do that? He turned to her. Yes, Sarah likes to tell the same story every time. But we're used to it. But Emma reacts that way every time, her mother said. Okay, thanks for everything. We have to go. Emma got up from the table. Come again. Her mother shook Mickey's hand. The young people left the apartment. What are we going to do? They stopped in the yard. Let's have a serious talk about school. Now I've made up my mind for your parents. But, you know, I have a job. I can't go after you. While he was saying all this, he was nervous. Mickey, I've already applied to another city, Emma said sadly. She thought that everything her boyfriend said was true. Okay, I'll try to do something, he went. Emma ran after him. Wait, it seemed to her that Mickey was starting to feel differently about her. Come on, he put his arm around her. The young people went to another city after all. The guy had transferred and now worked there. Together with Emma, they rented an apartment. They were practically a family now. Mickey, are we going to get married? She asked him cautiously at night. We would someday, he said. All right, she took offense, but said nothing aloud. So they went on with their lives, him working, her studying. Everything was fine, but Mickey never proposed. Emma graduated from college. She no longer asked, but insisted on getting married. Mickey, either we go to the registry office or we split up. How long can we wait? She shouted in the evening. What are you getting mad for? He looked at her. Don't you love me? She asked in the same loud voice. Why would you say that? He didn't understand why Emma couldn't wait. Why then? Now the girl was crying. Now you'll get a job. We'll get on our feet. We'll buy an apartment, and then we'll talk about the wedding. Mickey calmly explained. I love you. She squirmed against him. Everything's going to be okay, he kissed her. And Mickey wasn't lying. He worked hard, saved money. Emma got a job too. 3 years passed. The girl was coming back tired from work. She opened the door of the apartment, felt that smells delicious. Are you cooking? She was surprised. Come in. My love, he came out to meet her. Emma walked into the room. There was a table in the middle with appetizers, a cake, and a bottle of wine. What was the celebration? She started to remember. Maybe she had just forgotten. Emma, will you be my wife? He knelt down in front of her. Ah, she squealed and squeezed her eyes shut. Is that a yes? He stood up and handed her the ring. Yes, yes, yes. The girl jumped on the spot. She put the ring on her finger, took her hand away. Admired it. The fatigue she had after a day's work went away instantly. Mickey poured wine into glasses. One of them served the girl. Soon the wedding was to take place. Let's not waste money, she whispered to him at night. Why, don't you want a party? He was surprised. He knew that all girls dream about it. No, let's buy a house, she was silent. What house? It was the first time he'd heard of it. I dream of having a house somewhere outside the city, in the countryside, so that you can go there, with friends to communicate, to rest your body and soul, Emma said. Why didn't she say anything? Mickey wondered. I don't know, she was happy. At the weekend, they went to Emma's parents and they met them. When they heard about the wedding, they congratulated them. We decided to just sign, so we'll call when we can come, the girl told her mother. You won't regret it later. The mother wasn't sure of her decision. No, we want to spend the money on something else, Emma said critically and looked at her future husband. Okay, suit yourself. The woman looked at her daughter and smiled. She was so happy for her. A few weeks later, Mickey and Emma became husband and wife. They rented an apartment, and with the money they had saved, they started looking for a suitable house. We should go to the experts, Emma said. That's what we'll do, her husband agreed. They called, found a realtor, and then started waiting for offers. After that, when the calls came in, they would choose whether or not to go to the village. No, it's too far. Mickey listened to the specialist. And this one was crowded. Emma didn't like it. The search continued. Emma was at work. The girls' colleagues proposed to organize a corporate party on Friday to celebrate the birthday of one of them. Of course, it had been a long time since they'd gotten together. Everyone agreed, and even the boss was okay with it. Mickey, I'll be late tonight, Emma told her husband at the end of the week. Have a good time, he kissed her. Emma put on her shoes, opened the doors and sprinted out of the apartment. At work, everyone was excited for the evening. At the end of the workday, the girls started setting up the tables. Emma, what's wrong? Casey looked at her. I'm fine, a little dizzy. She stood and held onto the table. Have some water and sit down. She walked over to her and handed her a glass. Thank you, she was shaking. After a sip of water, she felt better for a moment, and then her eyes went black and Emma fell to the floor. There was a rush of people, some calling medics, others lifting the girl up. She hadn't eaten anything all day. Maybe that's why, Casey said. The doctors will come and tell us everything. The assumptions were inappropriate here. Emma woke up before the ambulance arrived. What's wrong with me? She looked around at everyone here. You fainted, smiled Casey. Here come the doctors, came the voice of the supervisor. They gave Emma a sniff of ammonia, took her blood pressure. You'd better go home and come back tomorrow, the nurse advised her. Okay, she nodded. Let's go, I'll give you a ride. Casey gave her a hand. Thank you. Emma headed for the exit. There was a lot of weakness in her body. Emma, her husband came out into the hallway. Yes, she wanted to lie down. It's a holiday, isn't it? He didn't understand why she was early. I felt sick, so the girls brought me home. The girl went into the room and lay down. Can I get you anything? He was worried. No, Emma closed her eyes. The next day was Saturday. The clinic didn't work, so Emma spent the whole weekend in bed. Then on Monday, she phoned work, told them she'd be late, and went to her appointment. You have all the signs that you're expecting a baby, the young doctor said. What? Why didn't she think of that? The symptoms are similar. I suggest you get it checked out, he smiled. Okay, thank you, Emma. As he scolded, ran out of his office. She couldn't wait to tell her husband about everything. She walked down the street smiling. On the way, she stopped at the drugstore and bought a test just to be sure. Mickey wasn't home. She couldn't wait long for him. She had to go back to work after lunch. Emma had been on pins and needles all day. She couldn't wait to see her husband. She didn't say anything to her colleagues. She was afraid of jinxing him. Darling, I have such news for you. It's amazing. She flew home. She saw that the light in the windows was already on. What again? He knew his wife was always coming up with something new. I'm pregnant, she screamed. Emma, it's happiness. He took her hand and led her into the room. After that, the girl started to watch her diet. Mickey did everything for her too. The realtor didn't call. He asked Emma a few months later. No, she shook her head in the negative. I guess we must have tortured him with rejections, Mickey suggested. Never mind him. Emma was in no hurry to go anywhere. Mickey went to work. Emma was still laboring as well. She came back from work, but her husband wasn't home. The girl waited for him, but it was so late that Emma couldn't stand it and fell asleep. She woke up from the knocking of the door, looked at the clock. The time was 3 in the morning. Where have you been? She went out into the hallway. Why are you up? He didn't expect to be greeted. I asked a question. Emma waited for an answer. Working, he sighed heavily. What are you bullshitting me about? You've never been this late. She walked over to him. Not only did it smell like a woman's perfume, but there were lipstick marks on his earlobe. Emma, calm down, he pleaded with her. You're acting like a smeek. She went to her room. The girl had never been in this situation before, so she didn't know what to do. She wanted to scream, but she couldn't do it, afraid that the neighbors would hear. "I'm sorry," he came into the room. The devil got in the way. Mickey wanted to hug her, but Emma turned sharply. "Go away," she shouted after all. "What are you doing?" He looked at her. "Nothing," I said. She bent in half, inwardly, as if something had sliced her in half. "What's wrong with you?" Her husband jumped up immediately. "Stand back," the girl said in pain. He grabbed her in his arms, and just like that, in a road, dragged her to the car. "Let go," she lashed out, making it hurt even more. Mickey put his wife in the car and drove to the hospital. There, just as he had done at home, he took her in his arms and carried her into the building. She started to feel violently ill, he told the doctor. Emma was placed on a gurney, unable to lie down, squirming. "It's probably a miscarriage," said the doctor, who was walking beside her. He performed an examination, and his words were confirmed. After that, Emma was sedated. She slept for a few hours. After she woke up, she was told everything. "Why?" She cried. It was all Mickey's fault. It was all his fault. Emma was happy. One of her dreams had come true. Now, every day after work, she took the train to her house. She had planned a renovation, but she didn't want to hire workers. She prepared everything herself. That's what she did all the time. "You're so happy lately," Casey came up to her. "Some changes in your personal life." "I bought a house." She was glowing with happiness. "Wow, when's the housewarming party?" My co-worker was happy for her friend. "Soon," Emma promised. Waiting, Casey went to her seat. In the evening, as usual, Emma wanted to go to the village. Her mother called. "Do you remember that we're going to Grandma's this weekend?" she asked her. "Oh, I completely forgot." The girl slapped her forehead. "We're waiting for you. Don't be late." The woman spoke in a gentle voice. Okay, Emma decided. She would definitely come. She hung up the phone and smiled. She remembered her grandmother, how she bored everyone with her story. Now she understood her parents too, who used to cringe when Emma rolled her eyes at the old man's tales. The weekend came and Emma was ready to go. She bought her tickets at the train station, boarded the train, and a few hours later, she was in her hometown. "Hello everyone." She entered her grandmother's apartment. Her mother came out to meet her. Parents behaved cautiously. They knew about everything that was going on with the daughter, so they tried not to push her in any way to think about her husband and children. "Grandma, happy birthday." She walked into the room and handed her a beautiful box. Emma, as usual, can't go without exclusivity. Wrinkles spread across Grandma's face. Everyone sat down at the table. First, as usual, toasts, congratulations, and after Grandma looked at everyone, her eyes became sad. "Well, Grandma, come on, start." It was already a tradition. "We lived as a big family." The grandmother dragged out her story. Emma sat at the table. She had heard this story. A reply came to her, informing her that there was very little information. "You need the exact date of birth, where and when he went to serve, when exactly he went missing." At the end, there was a phone number of a specialist who could help answer all the questions. Emma wrote it down. She was going to contact him later. She got home. She definitely needed to go to the village today, but she couldn't make it again. There was a knock on the door. "Hello." Her heart thumped in her chest more often. There was Mickey standing on the doorstep. "Emma, I'm sorry. I can't live without you," he began at once. "Come in." She let him into the apartment. They went into the kitchen. There his wife poured tea, sat down opposite. "Give me your answer," he waited. "I forgave you long ago, but for now we cannot be together," she told him. "But why?" He didn't understand. "Be patient a little longer," she asked him. "Okay." He stood up. "I love you and I will never betray you again." Emma walked Mickey out. As she closed the doors behind him, there was a pinch in her chest. She didn't want to just take it all back like that. He had to understand that. The time was still not late. The girl decided to make a call. Emma, she heard a man's voice. "Hello, my name is Emma. I sent you a request about my great-grandfather who disappeared without a vest." She began to speak quickly, afraid that she might not be listened to. "Yes, I wrote you a reply today," the other end of the line confirmed. "I would like to talk about it." She calmed down. She realized that she was ready to listen and help. "Okay, my name is Alexander. You can ask me any questions you want." He was located to her. Emma was ready to talk to him all evening because Alexander knew the answers to many questions. First of all, she told him her grandmother's story that she had heard many times in her life. "Of course, it's all interesting, and if you find the picture, we can do something," he told her. "I've already told my parents to forward me everything my grandmother has," she muttered. "When we find him, I can help you get your great-grandfather's name on a memorial at the Eternal Flame," he suggested. "I think it would please my grandmother." The girl smiled into the phone. "Let's call tomorrow. I'll tell you what to do and how to do it," before saying goodbye, he said. Emma went to bed. She couldn't calm her body that was horny. She imagined how they would do what Alexander suggested, and then she would tell her grandmother about it. But fatigue made itself felt, and after a while, Emma fell asleep. In the morning, as usual, she had to go to the service. She was in a hurry, wanting to dial Alexander's number as soon as possible. When she did, he said that he had found out everything. "For my part, I will petition your administration to authorize the installation of another stove." He went straight to the point. "Well, thank you for your attitude, but what do I have to do?" It was important to her. Even if Grandma's father can't be found, a slab with the family name on it would already be an accomplishment. "Write the story you told me. Attach all the available documents. Perhaps it will be enough." He really wanted to help. Emma sat at her workplace. She was glowing from within. "Why so happy?" Casey asked her. "Sometimes it's such a joy to do things for others," she admitted. The girl finally realized that there was a reason her grandmother kept telling this story. She sat until the end of the workday and then went to the village where she hadn't been for a long time. She didn't do much there today because there wasn't enough time. The house was big, the yard was the same, and there were outbuildings too. Emma wanted to clean everything. Sometimes something would come to hand, and she would look at it. It took a long time. At the weekend, she decided to do it. "Mickey, hello," she called him. "Hello." He fell silent, waiting to see what else his wife would say. He was afraid she would start talking about divorce. "Why are you tense?" She laughed. "Waiting for you to say." He was silent again. "Remember we wanted to buy a house?" She waited for a reaction. Of course, did she really think he had lost his memory? "Well, I did it, and if you don't mind, you can come back and help me with the repairs." She struggled with the last words. "I love you." He couldn't believe his ears. He arrived, not even an hour later. They took everything they needed and drove to the village. What a place. He looked around, just like she did the first time. "We won't disturb anyone, and neither will we," she stood at the gate. "How many inhabitants are there?" He looked into the distance, where the houses were still standing. "I don't know, we'll get to know each other later." She pushed the gate open. Mickey didn't talk about relationships. He tried not to touch the subject until they got home. He went to get water. Emma had asked him to. He needed to warm her up. At this moment, the girl herself went outside. Suddenly, she heard men's voices. "And then where to?" She listened. "Come on, look for it, and then we'll sort it out." Cut him short, the second one. The girl went back into the house. For some reason, she was afraid. And if she was alone, and here they were. The doors slammed. She shuddered. "Are you scared of me?" Mickey laughed. "Quiet. Come here." She waved a finger at him. "What is it?" The young man tensed. "Look." She led him out of the house. There was indeed someone talking outside. "What are they doing out there?" She whispered to her husband. They seemed to be looking for something, he was sure. Why? And why on our property? Emma had a lot of questions. We should just go out and ask, Mickey was determined. Okay, the girl stood up. They went outside so that they were immediately visible. And what do you want in our precinct? Mickey started asking questions right away. Who are you? The uninvited guests didn't understand. The hosts? Emma replied. What are you telling us? The village is on the verge of extinction. There is almost no one left here, they laughed. If you want, we can show you the document. Emma stood up and put her hands to her sides. We do, one of the men nodded. She hadn't expected that. The file was in the car, in her backpack. She had to go. While she was doing that, the men began to negotiate with Mickey. You see, during the war years, a lot of things happened here. We've been digging for years, and the good stuff is still here, the illegal searcher admitted. And what do you want from me? He got curious. We are a little to your hand, and you do not notice us on your site. He set conditions. I'd have to talk to my wife, afraid to do anything without talking to Emma. Mickey. All right, she'll be here in a minute, one of the buddies said. Emma came back with the papers. Everything was legal. She had no doubt about that. Mickey told her what these people were doing here and what they were asking of them. What are you looking for? She got curious. Various things from the war. We told your husband, they said again. I don't know. I need to consult. She thought she would call Alexander in the evening, and he would give her a precise answer. What a fool you are for refusing money. The one who spoke looked at her angrily. And for the insult, you'll get out of here right now. Mickey didn't stand for it. They returned to the house, where the work was up to their necks, the water already boiling. Emma started scrubbing the floors. Even though they needed to be changed, she still wanted to be clean. After that, the work was done outside again. You don't need to look here. Look, my husband pointed to a machine. Everything is in the shed. They were afraid, probably, in case it was someone else's, the girl concluded. They were coming home, tired but happy. Mickey didn't know if she'd just called him to help or if she'd really forgiven him, and now they'd have everything back to normal. He waited for Emma to start talking about it. Thank you, she said as he opened the doors for her. Give me the bags. He held out his hands. It's not hard for me. She walked toward the entryway. Even though they had lived together for so long and were married, they were now acting like two strangers. They were both shy, as if this was the first time they had met. They entered the entryway, went up to the apartment. Emma, are you sure you've forgiven me and there won't be any complaints? He asked before they entered the apartment. Mickey, I've thought it over. I'm not happy without you. I love you, of course. If this betrayal happens again, there's nothing I can do. She looked at her hands. Emma, I promise you that I will never betray someone close to me again. When you realize it, it's too late. I love you too, and I will for the rest of my life. He hugged her. At home, she told him about Alexander. Mickey appreciated such an act. He had met Sarah more than once and knew her story. Alexander, hello, she called him tonight. Good to hear from you again, he answered her cheerfully. You know, I recently bought a house and she told him about the men who were looking for something on their property. I know what you mean. He was silent. Those who do it for the benefit of people from the state and find objects and remains, then give everything to relatives. For them, it constitutes wealth and memory. And these two are looking for themselves. Then they sell everything in the markets. Perhaps they do not give any importance to something and just throw it away. But it would be important. The relatives of those heroes will never get an award or anything else. I thought so. So I sent them away from our territory. Emma liked the way this man spoke to her. She said goodbye to the man, hung up the phone, and turned to Mickey. He stood looking at her. I can't believe we're back together. He wanted to approach her, but didn't dare. It's going to be okay. Emma walked over to him herself. They went to the kitchen. The girl prepared a simple dinner, sat down at the table. You are good. Her husband looked at her. No need for loud words. Nothing has not yet been done. Now when we are two, you can do everything quickly, his wife told him. Yes, I will help and support you in everything. They finished dinner. Emma stayed to wash the dishes and Mickey went to his room. The next day, Emma went to the post office. Her mom called and said she had found some papers, pictures, and some letters. She had collected all of these and sent them to her daughter. If you don't have time, I can do it myself, her husband suggested. You will help me a lot. She was grateful that Mickey supported and helped her in everything. When the girl came home from work, the first thing she did was to start sorting through the papers that had come in. She looked at the picture. It was very pale. It was hard to see anything. The man's facial features were barely visible, but she could see that he was handsome. Emma immediately remembered her grandmother's story, how much people had to go through at that time. Alexander, hello, it's me again. She dialed the phone number. Good evening. Emma didn't understand why he was talking to her like that. I have collected everything that is available, but when and where the grandfather went, no one could say, she reported on the work done. If you want, I can come to you, the young man offered. They had already talked about it. It turned out that Alexander was only 200 kilometers from the town where Emma lived. When will it be convenient for you to do it? I don't know, but I'll let you know, Emma promised. Life went on as usual. The family was quiet, no quarrels, no hard feelings, and no teasing. Mickey did his best to keep his Billy happy. Shall we go to the village? Emma asked him. Of course he was up for it. Emma didn't know why she was drawn to that little house in the abandoned village. She was physically drawn there. Why don't we get to know the locals? Mickey suggested Emma. I wanted to do the whole thing first, so I could invite everyone to visit, she admitted. I see. Let's get to work then. We can hire workers soon. He looked around the walls. They had wallpaper on them. Probably the new owners just glued them on to cover the whitewash and plaster, the girl suggested. No one will tell us that, Mickey was sure. You go to the yard. There's a lot to do there too, and I'll stay here, she commanded. Okay. Mickey had done a lot that day. The yard area was ready for something new to be done on it. Emma started ripping off the wallpaper. It wasn't easy to do. It was glued in place permanently. She managed to get 2 walls done. After that, she sank into a chair to rest. But she wanted to finish everything today, so the girl gathered her strength and started working again. We need to leave immediately, peeked Mickey into the house. What's wrong? She turned and almost fell off the stool. I got called into work, he blushed. Good. She shook off her hands, looked at what little she had left, decided she could finish it tomorrow. They got in the car and drove off. Afterward, Mickey left his wife at home and drove to work. Hi. Emma called her mom. Hello, was the sad woman. I looked through the documents you sent me. I think they will help a lot when searching for great-grandfather, the girl said. Grandmother was ill. That's why Angelica was so sad. Is it serious? Angelica was tense. She's in the hospital. She could hear her mom crying. I hope she gets better. Emma mentally wished Branny well. Why didn't they do this before? Why did they wait so long? But nothing could be done now. The main thing was that the machine was running. Everything would be there soon. She thought about the memorial. She sent an application to the administration. She had contacted them more than once. They promised to consider the matter soon. Mickey wasn't home again. Emma didn't think about it while she was talking to her mom, but as she made her bed, different thoughts popped into her head. She was nervous, wondering if after such a short time he was up to his old tricks. The phone rang in the hallway. Emma wondered who it could be. Emma, she went to the phone. Emma, hi, it was Billy, Mickey's friend. What's wrong? The girl asked immediately. Billy never called their apartment for no reason at all. Come over. Mickey's in the hospital, he told her in a dying voice. What's wrong? She was already screaming. Come to Central Hospital, he hung up. Emma started to pack. Her hands were shaking. She couldn't get into the keyhole when she closed the doors. She hailed a cab. The car was only gone a couple minutes, but to Emma they were an eternity. To the hospital, she called out the address. "No need to be so nervous. We can't go any faster anyway." The driver saw how the girl felt. "Excuse me." She sat back in the seat, her heart pounding fast. She couldn't believe anything bad could have happened to Mickey. She ran into the hospital lobby, straight to the desk. "My husband." Before she could say anything further, Billy came up to her. "Let's go." He took her hand and dragged her behind him. They went up to the second floor. There was an operation going on, the young man told her. "What happened?" cried Emma. She just couldn't stand it. He was called to work, but he didn't get there. Billy lowered his head. "Jesus, him or in him?" The girl turned pale and shook even more. "Into him." Just one sentence, but so terrible. They sat in the hallway. Nobody knew anything. But then, a few hours later, the doctor came out. Is he alive? That's what interested Emma the most. Of course, even the man was taken aback. What's wrong with him? Emma wanted to know. She was so sick. She didn't understand a thing. Everything will be fine. The doctor put his hand on her shoulder. After that, Emma calmed down. She walked over, sat down on the couch, looked at Billy. "How did you know about that?" She wanted to know why Mickey hadn't called her. "I'm the one who bumped into him. He just sat there with his head down like that." "What?" The girl jumped to her feet. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean for that to happen." He covered his eyes with his hands. Scoundrel. Emma had always disliked the man. He was always encouraging Mickey to do something dark. And now this had happened. She would never have believed it was an accident. I know, he seemed to realize it himself. When Emma was satisfied that Mickey was fine and his condition was stable, she drove home. Billy begged her not to report it, but she wasn't going to. She wanted to wait for her husband to recover. She needed something to do to keep her mind off things. Emma started driving again, to work in the morning and to the village in the evening. She walked into the house. She remembered she only had one wall left. Emma grabbed the wallpaper and pulled on it. It started to come off along with the plaster or lime. The plaster fell to the floor. There was still a lot left on the wall. The girl worked tirelessly. Late, she looked at her watch. By car was convenient, but on the electric train, you had to keep track of time. Okay. She took one last tug. Everything fell to the floor again. Emma grabbed her bag. She thought, she'll definitely finish everything tomorrow. She left the house and ran to the station. The girl managed to catch her electric train. She was glad of that, otherwise, she would be late for work tomorrow. She drove on and wondered what was going on with Mickey. She wanted so badly to help him, but there was nothing she could do. And then her thoughts went back to Billy. How could he do that? And more importantly, why? But she would find that out from her husband when he got home. The house was quiet and boring again. Emma sat down at the table and started going through her great-grandfather's letters again. The handwriting was uneven. Everything was faded, but some of the letters were legible. Why didn't Grandma read them to us? It would have been more interesting, she said into the empty kitchen. Then Emma remembered her grandmother was in the hospital. She dialed her mother's number. "How is our old lady?" she asked the woman. "The same. No change." Mom was crying. "And we had an emergency too." Emma told her mother about Mickey. God, what a disaster. She couldn't believe it had all happened in one day. She decided she wasn't going to wait long. She'd go to work and go straight to her cottage to finish the job. That evening she didn't even have dinner. She had to get to the hospital in time to see her husband. When she arrived, he was already in a regular room. Emma went in, smiled and cried at the same time. "How are you, darling?" she asked him. "You know, it's not so bad," he told her. Both of his legs were broken and something was damaged inside, so they had to operate. Emma sat beside him. She knew he was alive, and that's the most important thing. Do you know who drove into you? She asked. Yes, I know. He came over already, apologized, Mickey told her. What could have happened? Why did he do that? She still didn't understand. While you and I were apart, I made Jenka my deputy in my firm. Apparently, that wasn't enough for him, and he decided to make sure I wasn't there. He looked at her. That's stupid, she smiled. You realize it's stupid, but he probably didn't. And when he did, it was too late, especially since I was a survivor. He comes begging me to drop the application, staring at Mickey's ceiling. And what did you do? She was looking at him. Well, he'll restore my car, but otherwise, let him go, he told her. Emma hugged her husband, kissed him and said goodbye, then she went home. Tonight, she couldn't sleep. She had some nightmares. In the morning, she woke up not sleeping at all. She didn't understand anything at work. Her co-workers noticed it. Did something happen to you again? Casey came up to her. No, I'm fine. Mickey's already gone. The girl looked at her. She just didn't sleep well, she admitted to her. All right, I was thinking about it. Her friend pulled away from her. Emma knew she had to go to the village today. She wanted to do it quickly, but something kept stopping her. She got home, changed her clothes, and left the house again. She had to catch the train. That's it. One more push, and she could hire workers, she said to herself. Emma already regretted that she hadn't done it right away. It would probably be ready by now. She brought the bags to collect all the trash in them and set to work. When she got to the wall, she did the last one yesterday. She bent down to pick it up and noticed something written on the wall. What was it? She got up and looked closely. There was an inscription, something strange. The letters were jagged. We've been standing here for 13 days, 16 of us. We haven't retreated. Emma spelled it out. And at the bottom were scratched initials and surnames. Everything was so indistinct. But the girl was already interested. She came closer and began to read the letters. Something was badly erased. She didn't continue. She straightened up and froze. Emma stood staring at that wall of inscriptions without blinking. Tears flowed from her eyes. The meaning of the phrase came to her first, and then, like a bolt of lightning. Oliver, she screamed, it can't be. She started thrashing around the house. She didn't know what she was looking for or what to do. Her hands were shaking. Was she really in the very place where her great-grandfather had been in the last moment of his life? The excitement and accumulated troubles took their toll. The girl sat down on the floor and cried. She touched the wall with her hand and wondered if she had imagined it. She stood up and looked again. No, it was all true. Her hands were shaking so bad, she couldn't even hold the phone. When Emma rode in the train, she had already calmed down a little. What if it wasn't her great-grandfather at all? Alexander, hello. Now she didn't care what time it was or whether she disturbed him or not. What happened? He heard that the girl was very excited. I found the inscription, she shouted into the phone. What inscription? What do you mean? He didn't understand. In the house in my house, remember, I told you, where they were looking for wartime objects, she gabbled. What was the inscription? He still couldn't make anything out of Emma's rambling conversation. You wanted to come, she was crying. Yes, I'll be at your place this weekend, he promised. I'm waiting for you. If you can make it sooner, then come, she asked. Her hands were shaking. Her head was not thinking straight. Emma went to the kitchen, took out some pills, and drank a sedative. After a few minutes, she just wanted to sleep. Emma didn't resist her body. She went and lay down. She needed to calm down. Lots to do today. She got up in the morning. Emma arrived at work, immediately called Casey over to talk to her. Why are you so disheveled? She asked. You won't believe it. Remember I told you about the house I bought? Emma asked her friend. Yeah, what happened? Casey could see how excited Emma was. I found an inscription that was left during the war years. The girl was acting like she was out of it. So, Casey didn't understand all those words. Okay. Emma stepped away from her. She wanted to talk to someone about it, but she couldn't because no one but Mickey knew about it. Mickey, she stopped in the middle of the hallway. Hi, excuse me, can I take a few days of vacation time? She ran into the supervisor's office. What's your emergency? He got curious. For family reasons, it was half true. Of course, he put a piece of paper and a pen in front of the girl. She wrote a statement, immediately took a bag, and went to the hospital. She went straight to her husband's room. Hello, darling. She went over and kissed him. You look like you've been through a lot, he grinned. Not funny. She sat down beside him. Tell me about it. He saw that Emma was with the news. Mickey in our house there, Emma cried. What's there? He wanted to get up, but pain shot through his whole body. He couldn't do it. The inscription, she looked around at the people who were in the room with her husband. They looked at her like she was crazy. What was the inscription, he wondered. Okay, later, she decided not to say in front of everyone. Emma went home. She needed to get herself in order, not only her body, but also her nerves. She took another sedative and lay down, then remembered to call her mother. Mommy, I'll probably soon find out where our grandmother's father died, she spoke loudly. Did you get any answers? Mother guessed. No, but I didn't know how to tell the woman. She did not say anything, hung up the phone, went to the bedroom and lay down. After that she got up again, took out the documents of great-grandfather, but there was no connection between them. The next day Alexander called, said that he would come in the evening. I'm waiting for you, answered the already calm Emma. She couldn't believe what was happening in her life. She thought it couldn't all be a coincidence. For some reason, she didn't want to buy an apartment, and they had been looking for a house for a long time. And it was in this village, this very house, that Emma's thoughts were interrupted by the doorbell. She snapped out of her seat, opened it. An unfamiliar man stood on the threshold. Alexander, he smiled. Emma, she let him into the apartment. He was just a simple guy, tall, skinny, nothing special. Show him. They sat in the kitchen. She poured him some tea. Here, the girl put some papers in front of him. Yes, this is very good. I can tell you that there is a good chance of finding your relative. He sat looking at the photo. A few hours later, Emma and Alexander were in the village. She immediately took him to that wall. The young man photographed everything. After that, he sent all the data to his office. And now what? Emma wondered. The guys will come, we'll look at everything here, and in the meantime we'll look at the documents about the battles in this village, he said. It would be interesting, she cried. Come on. He put his arm around Emma. She looked at him. For some reason, she felt so at peace. Thank you. It means a lot to me. Emma couldn't help herself. And me too. The more we find missing soldiers, the calmer the relatives will be. He showed the girl the pictures where the remains were buried. Your organization does a lot of good things, Emma reassured herself. They didn't do anything else. They just waited for the train to arrive and drove back. You can stay at my place, the girl said to Alexander. The husband won't say anything, the young man asked. No, she knew that for sure. Then I will accept your offer, he smiled. In the evening, they sat in the kitchen. The guy told so many interesting things, where and with whom they were, the finds they brought back from each business trip. And we will be able to determine whether it was my grandfather or not, she asked him. I think we will, he nodded. Emma was so easy and relaxed with him. She wasn't nervous. She wasn't thinking about anything. She felt like all of her worries were transferred to him. The guys will work on the information I sent them today, and by the time I arrive, they will have a lot to say, Alexander said and said. Good. Emma realized this was not a quick matter. She made a bed for the young man in the hall and went to the bedroom herself. The night passed quietly. Emma somehow calmed down. Now she thought only about how she would tell her grandmother about her and not only finds. In the morning, they had breakfast. Alexander had some work to do. and then he called Emma to go to the village again. She asked him to wait. She had to go to the hospital to see her husband, and he didn't mind at all. "I'll be quick," she told him from the doorway. Good. He looked after her. Emma arrived at Mickey's. He was still lying motionless. Any movement was painful. She told him what had happened in the last 24 hours. She wasn't shouting now. She wasn't nervous. She did and said everything calmly. "I congratulate you. You have done a great thing," he smiled. "I don't understand how all this could have happened." She saw that others were looking at her and listening. "If you really want to," Mickey said. "Yes, and that's true." She sighed and stood up, because they were waiting for her at home. "Bye, do whatever you need to do." He took her hand. "Come on, get well. I'll come tomorrow, as usual." She kissed him and went. After that, together with the young man, they went to the village. There he began his work. "Do you need help?" Emma was always hanging around. "Not yet." He realized that she couldn't sit idle. "Well, when you do, just whistle," she laughed. Alexander continued on as a group of people appeared on the horizon. Emma looked at them. She realized that this was the search party. "We're here." She waved at them with both hands. There was a girl among the young people. This pleased Emma. She thought she would not be alone. Further, everything happened quickly. The guys set up camp right here. They had everything they needed for that. Small fences, bags, shovels, trowels, scoops, some maps. Emma was interested in everything. Even the village was getting a bit cheerful. "So we start here," Alexander said, pointing to the wall of the house. They began to pierce the ground with bayonets, searching for anything. If they found the thing, or even better, a bone, then the painstaking work began. During the day, we managed to find 2 skeletons. They were about a meter away from the house. It was scary, but at the same time interesting for Emma. The search continued. Everything was so monotonous that the girl decided to go look for someone who might know about what was going on here in those times. "Hello." She saw a woman walking through the gate of one of the remaining houses. "Good afternoon," she turned to her. "My name is Emma. I'm the owner of that house over there," she said. "And I'm Maria." She waited for the girl to approach her. "Nice to meet you." Emma reached her. "And what is it that you have going on there?" Probably everyone was curious, just did not dare to ask. "Do you know what happened here during the war?" asked a question, with which the girl came. "My father told me, and you go over there. He lived here then, when he was a child." The woman pointed to the side. Emma saw that there was still a house there. "Do you live here?" "I wondered how many people were left." "No. We moved to the city a long time ago. We come here for berries, mushrooms, yes, to relax from the bustle of the city," smiled Maria. "That's why we bought the property here." Emma thanked her for everything and went on her way. The cottage was old. It was almost completely settled. The windows stood on the ground. Near the gate, a grey-haired old man was sitting on a stoop. Emma walked up to him. "Hello," she looked into his eyes. "Who are you?" The old man spoke, but neither his head nor his eyes moved. "Say," here she thought she didn't recognize his name. "Do you know what happened here during the war?" she asked him. "Why do you want to know?" Apparently, he was interested in the question, because he turned his head. "I bought a house here." She pointed in the direction. "Now there are search parties working there." "Ah, Harvey's awake. Do you remember anything?" It was obvious that the grandfather was worried for a reason. Of course he did. His voice trembled. "Will you tell me?" She was pulling the words out of him like a pincer. "Come on." He got up and walked into the fence. Emma followed him. As they bent down to enter the hut, a foul odor hit her nose. Emma looked around. There were pictures hanging on all the walls. "I've lived in this village all my life, born here, and I'll die here. At that time, we thought that the Germans would never reach us. They would pass us by. The village was big." He made a circle with his hand. "Where did the soldiers come from?" Emma sat down on the edge of the stool that stood there. "They were relocating. They came in, probably to ask for something. It was obvious that Harvey didn't know that for sure. How old were you? The girl was counting in her mind. 8, he glared at her. A toddler, she stood up again. Went to see who was in the pictures. You have 8-year-olds now, but we were working as adults back then. Harvey turned away. Well, why did you invite me here? She didn't mind going outside. Here, he handed her a photograph that was as faded as hers. Who's that? She looked at it. Mother and father, they were helping them then, Harvey said tearfully. Let's go. Emma took a step toward the exit. They were back on the street before the girl had learned anything much. What else can you tell me? She looked at the man. They came into the village and started killing anyone who resisted them. They settled in houses, wherever they could. Naturally, the owners were afraid, so they fed the enemy. Those guys who had entered your hut shortly before had to hide. So they hid, he began to tell me. Do you remember it all? Emma wondered. He took a small piece of newspaper out of his pocket, poured tobacco into it, licked it, twisted it, and there was such a commotion. The Germans didn't suspect. They were quietly barbarizing themselves. But when reinforcements arrived, that's when it all started. I don't know how, but they found out about the soldiers, and the nightmare began. Where are you going? Grandpa got up and walked. He didn't look back. Emma caught up with him. Harvey was silent. He was heading towards that house where Alexander and his companions were. The girl thought he had something else to show or tell. On the way, she thought how much this man had been through. At such a young age, to live through a nightmare. He led her to a small ravine. Soldiers? Emma asked. Know us, he turned to her. Who you? She looked at him puzzled. Everyone who stayed in the village. The police didn't spare anyone back then, and we had 2 of them. Brothers who had gone over to the other side. He stood looking at the place. What about? She wanted to ask, but the words stuck in her throat. Me? He turned around. Emma thought he was smiling, but she couldn't see it because of his beard and mustache. Yeah, she felt like she was in a movie, transported back a few years. We were lined up, women were screaming, children were roaring, but the Germans didn't feel sorry for anyone. They just opened fire. I don't know, God save me. I fell with everyone else, hit a little, covered with bodies, but I was alive. The old man's eyes became moist. God, she covered her mouth with her hands. The soldiers at first sat in cover. Only lone shots were heard. But when the rampage began, that's when everything came to light. The Germans were bringing reinforcements. It was clear that ours could not cope. Those who wanted to went into the woods, but many stayed. They held out to the last, and when the Germans surrounded the house, no one was afraid anymore. At that moment, they reached the very house that Emma had bought. Hello. The boys were digging in the ground. They found something again. Did it say on the wall that they were here for 13 days? The girl looked at Harvey. I won't say how long, but it lasted a long time. It seemed like it would never end. He paused. What? Emma almost ran into him. They ran. 2 were put down here. He pointed to the spot where the remains. You're welcome for now. He said goodbye and hung up. All the remains were examined. Many had shell casings where a piece of paper with names was enclosed. Those who didn't have any were reconstructed with the help of specialists. 10 families received notices that their father, brother, grandfather, or great-grandfather was found in such and such an area. Burials were made. Alexander, you are so good, Emma thanked him. If it wasn't for you, none of this would have happened, he replied. Mickey couldn't yet, so Emma drove to her relative's house alone. Hello. She walked into the apartment where her parents lived. There was silence in response. She walked to the kitchen, made some tea, decided to wait. But it was already evening, and no one was home. Interestingly, she dialed her mother's number repeatedly, but the subscriber was off the network. When Emma was about to go to bed, the front door opened and she stepped out into the hallway. Emma, why didn't you call? Mom was surprised. Why, so I can't come already? She walked over to the woman and hugged her. Of course you can. The woman responded to the hug. Where have you been? She looked at the woman. She was tired. Sarah, your grandmother. She fell silent. What's wrong with her? Emma's heart sank. She's in a coma. A tear slid down her mother's cheek. But she's not dead, Emma exhaled. Yes, but the doctor doesn't give any positive guarantees. Mom sat down on the chair. Mommy, I have some news. She took the woman's hands. What news? She looked up. Emma understood that her mother was tired, but she still wanted to tell her everything she had learned in the last few days. We've heard the story so many times from Grandma, and now I've seen it all with my own eyes. I found out where our grandfather was, what he was doing, how he lived his last day. Not everything Grandma said was true, and how could she know? She was a child. Emma was excited. She couldn't believe what she was saying when she said it. Wow, you've got a story going on there. The mother sat and looked at her daughter. Yes, I didn't expect it myself. I had to go to bed. Tomorrow was a big day. Good night, the women hummed again. Emma couldn't sleep. Now that she had told her mom about everything, she had a chill. She knew that tomorrow they were due to announce that another name would appear on the memorial. It wasn't until a day ago that she herself found out about it. Alexander had reported it. Then she was once again convinced they were doing their job perfectly. Daughter, wake up. Angelica entered her room. Yes, now she was shattered because she hadn't slept in a long time. They were getting ready. Everyone was depressed because basically everything was being done for Grandma and she couldn't right now. How could it be? Emma lamented. She had waited all her life for this moment, and now that it was happening, she couldn't be here. Life, a complicated thing. Her mother approached her. A lot of people had gathered for the event, all curious about what was going on here. Solemnly announced who was being felt here, and after that the cloth with which the slab was covered was removed. Well, now our relative will be here, touched the woman letters. Yes, and this is all thanks to the guys who do everything for people without sparing their strength. Emma was proud that she personally knows such. It was quiet at Grandma's hospital. Emma sat there and told her what had happened and how it had happened. She can hear you. A nurse quietly came up behind her. Yes, I hope so. The girl spoke softly. It was time to go home. Mickey had been discharged. He needed her help. Hello, she walked into him. Hello. He felt bad that he had missed everything. Let's go. Emma helped him up. They were home. Nothing much was going on. Alexander told me to come to the village. She looked at her husband. If you have to go, was fine with Mickey. Emma looked at him. She realized she had nothing for this man. Maybe she needed him to apologize or something. That's why she took him back. The girl was on her way to her house. Yes, that's what she thought. Not her and Mickey's, but her own. Good afternoon. Alexander was already waiting for her there. She walked up to him, smiling. Why are we all here again? Emma asked. It's a surprise. He walked over to her and took her under his arm. They went to the place where the soldiers had been shot. There was some kind of daze. What was it? Emma understood that they had decided to immortalize the place, but she could not imagine what was under the cloth. Alexander waited until everyone who was in the village at that moment approached. Then he made a speech. It said that nowadays young people do not remember the heroes of that war. It is necessary to remind and support what these soldiers did. They fought for the motherland without sparing their lives. After these words, he pulled down the cloth with a sharp movement. What was there shocked everyone, especially Emma. Alexander, how did you do that? She looked back at her house. I'm sorry I didn't ask, but I don't think you would have said no, he said quietly. The memorial consisted of the very same inscription Emma had found on the wall of the cabin. It had just been cut down, restored, covered with some kind of product. It's so beautiful, Maria said. Emma looked at Harvey, he was crying. She thanked everyone, then went to her room with Alexander. That was it, he looked at her. It seemed like two strangers, she said to herself and him, but you've become so close to me. They hugged. And after that Emma stayed in the cabin a little longer, seeing what was there now, and went to the station. Emma went to the door of the apartment where she and Mickey lived. She opened it with her key. Suddenly, a woman's laughter came from the room. Emma tensed. Who could it be? She walked quietly down the hallway, peeked into the room. Mickey was sitting on the couch with an unfamiliar woman beside him. Hello, she entered the room. Emma? He straightened up sharply. What, you didn't expect? She stood looking at the couple. You'll be here tonight, won't you? His eyes were running. People don't change. Emma went to the room. She pulled out her suitcase and started packing. Some rummaging and whispering could be heard in the hallway. Emma was so disgusted by it all. I guess it was true what people say, that whatever is done is for the best. It was a good thing that the accident had happened then, and he hadn't been there. She heard the clatter of crutches on the floor, turned around. Mickey was standing in the doorway. I'm leaving. I don't think you'll mind if the cabin stays for me. She didn't even want to look at him. I'm sorry. I know what I did was wrong. He was having a hard time standing. So you're not the one for my life. There was no yelling, nothing like that. Emma wanted to wash herself, but there was nowhere to do it yet. She felt like she had been doused in slop. Emma was on her way to her village where there was a cabin. There was no sadness at all. She had come to the place where everything was known. This was where her great-grandfather had spent his days, could be considered his family nest. Maria stood at the gate. Hello. The girl was surprised by her visit. Oh, I'm coming to you. I'm standing here, listening, whether you are there or not. The woman began to gibber. And what did you want? Emma was pleased that she was known and respected here. Let's go. She took her hand and led the way. Emma followed obediently behind the woman. She couldn't figure out what the woman wanted from her. When they entered her house, the girl saw that everything was cozy and beautiful. What are you going to do there? Sit down, drink tea. Now I will heat the bath. Maria began to bother. Emma liked this proposal. She would love to go to the bath. And how did you know that I'm coming? Became curious to the girl. Tom, a neighbor boy, saw you at the station, she smiled. Well, yes, it's a village, laughed the girl. Well, come on, tell me why you have things with you. The house is not ready yet. Sat down opposite the woman. Emma did not go into details, just told her superficially what had happened. Don't worry, girl. Everything will be fine, the woman told her. And I am not worried. In my life has happened such a miracle, which others cannot even imagine. She looked out the window, which was visible monument to her great-grandfather. Exactly. Now let's go to the bath, she encouraged her. Emma enjoyed the water and the warmth of the bathhouse. She came out of there in just a sheet, her hair falling to her shoulders. Emma? She heard a familiar voice say, Alexander. She couldn't believe it was him. He was walking towards her, and she stood holding the fabric with her hand. Hello. He was so close the girl could feel his warmth. There, I was so attracted to this place that I came back here again, he looked at her. In fact, the young man was deceiving. He really had come back to this village on his own. No one had forced him, he had come to see her. He knew he wouldn't be caught, and later Maria came to him. They met in the street. She told him Emma was at her house, so he came. Okay, come in. She didn't know what Maria would say, but she didn't care much right now. They went to the kitchen. Emma was uncomfortable in one sheet. She left for a few minutes in the room. She came back in jeans and a t-shirt. It was good here. Alexander had already poured tea. After that, Maria came in. She smiled mysteriously, but did not say anything. Shall we go for a walk? Alexander called out to Emma. He wanted to go back to her house. Good, she liked Alexander. Once they were inside, And realizing how much work there was to be done here, the young man came close to her. I lied to you. I came to see you. He was close again. She could feel him. And I'm very happy about it. She told him in the same tone of voice. What about your husband? Emma felt him tense up. No more husband, and it was true. Emma, he took her hand. I liked you. And I like you. She'd never admitted that openly to anyone. Will you come with me? He asked her. No, I have to finish up here. She looked around the house. Then let me help you here, he begged. Okay, she didn't mind. Emma needed to go to town. She had to do something about the job. Alexander offered to help her. What are you going to do? He asked her on the way. I'll probably quit, because I'm not going to be able to travel so much. I have money for the first time. And then I'll think of something. She had already thought about it. They were in town when her mother called. Emma, are you in the village? She asked her. No, the girl got worried. Come, Grandma's gone, the woman cried into the phone. All the same, did not live to see, did not recognize. Emma began to settle down. Alexander reacted instantly. What? He looked at her. Grandmother, the same daughter of Oliver, with whom our story with you began, said the girl. Let's go, he was ready. Thank you, you're so responsive. Emma got into the car. They drove to the town where Emma's mother and grandmother lived. Alexander was telling all the way that people can be grateful and not so grateful. And Emma looked at him and saw that this man was her destiny. They arrived. Her mother and father had practically done everything. The farewell was to be the next day. It was decided that Sarah would be buried with her father. You help your parents, and I'll take care of the rest. Alexander was in his element. Where's Mickey? Angelique was surprised. And your son-in-law has a new love again, Emma said with a laugh. Yes, and you had to come back for that. Father was indignant. Okay, let this story go. The girl did not want to remember anything. Alexander really did everything. The farewell passed. Everyone went to the cemetery. Their Sarah was given a final farewell with all honors. I hope you will meet there, Emma whispered quietly as she passed her grandmother's body. What are you whispering? Alexander wondered. And then there was lunch and a sit-down at his parents' house. Everyone liked Alexander. He made a good impression. Happy holidays, children, their mother saw them off. They bought some building materials and went to the village. There, Alexander did everything he could with his own hands. Let me call the construction company. She asked him, and when are you going to file for divorce? Just interested in the young man. It is necessary to go to the city. She went up. If she asks about it, it means not for nothing. Tomorrow, he wanted to be there all the time. The next day, the application was filed. Now Emma felt some kind of freedom. She realized that she and Alexander would be together. Emma called the workers, and they started to do everything. At the place where part of the wall was missing, they could make a window, the girl suggested. Well, they agreed with all her ideas. A month later, the house was unrecognizable. Both outside and inside it was a candy. They could move in. Emma was a free woman by then. Alexander was traveling back and forth. He couldn't leave his boys behind, but he couldn't leave Emma behind either. It took him a long time to travel, but the girl did not want to leave the village. Emma, I'm coming for you. He was willing to do anything to persuade her today. You know my answer. She loved him and missed him too. But she loved this place so much she wouldn't leave for anything. Will you be my wife? He asked the question in his forehead and took the ring out of his pocket. Alexander. She didn't expect it so soon. What is your answer to that? After all, a wife should be by her husband's side everywhere, he manipulated. Okay, if you promise to spend every weekend here. She had her own terms. Okay, even if I can't, you'll drive alone, he smiled. They went to the neighbors, told them they were leaving. The house needed looking after. They didn't want to leave it to its fate. Of course, Grandma Maria stayed to watch, and Harvey volunteered to help. He and Emma got on well together. She often visited him, and he often visited her. His stories were endless. "Well, goodbye, my darlings," Emma hugged them. "What are you saying goodbye to?" As if for good, the neighbor came up to her. "Who knows?" Emma tried not to cry. She got into the car with Alexander. He looked out the window and they drove off. "When are we going to go to my parents? Because they should know the news too," the girl asked him. "If you want, we can do it right now. They haven't left the village yet." "I want to," she said cheerfully. Alexander made a small U-turn, and there they were on the road. "We'll go to Grandma's," Emma said. "Sure, we'll do everything as you say you want," and he put his hand on her knee. Her mother wasn't expecting them. She opened the door and gasped. "Where are you from?" The woman began to fuss. "I came to introduce you," her mother winked at her. "But we know each other," the mother didn't understand. "Do you know my fiancé?" Emma asked. "No way." Angelica was happy that her daughter was happy. In the evening, when everyone was sitting at the table, the mother poured tea for everyone. Afterwards, Alexander and his father went somewhere and the women were left alone. "I have never been to your house," her mother said reproachfully. "That's right," Emma thought. "So maybe we should have a girls' night out there," Angelica suggested. "Why, we'll go there tomorrow." The girl got up from the table. She was so excited that her mom had thought of this, and she hadn't even realized it. "Casey," Emma called to her. "Oh, it's been a long time," she said instead of greeting. "Pack up, we'll pick you up tomorrow," her friend told her. "What's wrong? Where are you going?" My friend didn't understand. "We're having a hen party," Emma shouted. This had never happened to her before. They started making a grocery list to make a menu. And then Alexander came back. He saw Emma glowing. "What are you doing?" The young man came over and kissed her. "We need to go to the village." She did not ask, Em asserted. Then the girl's mother explained everything to the guy. He understood. "Good, and I'll work for a while." He was ready to do anything for her. The next day, in the deserted village, which was considered dying, a real fun unfolded. Maria, Angelica, Casey, and a couple of other village girls were there. "Well, Emma, good luck to you." They raised their glasses. And she knew she'd be happy without it. "Alexander, I'm ashamed to ask you, but we need to get everyone home." She looked at him. "And I have another thing to do there." Good, he didn't even have to ask. Yesterday, when she met Maria, Emma felt sick. The neighbor smiled, said she was pregnant. "How come? Do you have X-ray vision?" laughed Emma. Now she wanted to be sure. They stopped by the pharmacy, bought a test. It was pregnancy. In town, Emma asked him to take her to the cemetery. When they arrived, he got out of the car and opened the doors. They quickly found Grandma's grave. Emma squatted near the monument. "Now I realize why you spent your whole life telling your story. You knew we would meet," Emma began to say. "Do you think it was fate, not chance?" Alexander touched her shoulder. "Yes." She turned to him and nodded. She also looked at him with her eyes. "Children, we were here not long ago. Let's go home," said the mother. "Yes, we were, but there was something I didn't know yet," Emma intrigued, as she liked to do. "And what was that?" They looked at her and waited for an answer. "Grandma, the memory of your father will live forever." She touched her stomach. "Emma," Alexander approached her. "If we have a boy, he will be called Oliver." She turned to him.
The shoe was stuck in the iron bars and would not leave its new shelter. Emily even cursed, looked around and freed her foot from the temporary trap. The shoe was still in place, so she crouched down and began to pull the unfortunate shoe, trying not to scratch the heel. She was going to meet a very important person, from whose gaze such a detail as a spoiled shoe would not be hidden. It was better not to risk it. The iron bars clamped down on the heel like an angry bull terrier on a chop. But Emily wasn't used to giving up so easily. She didn't care that she was standing with one foot in the dust, and the sharp stones were tearing her pantyhose. As luck would have it, there was no one around, and she couldn't even ask for help. "I don't care," she shrieked. Not without spitting on the shoe. "You think I can't do it without you? You bet I can, even if I'm barefoot. Can I help you?" A man's voice suddenly sounded above her ear. Emily flinched and turned around. In front of her stood a handsome young man in overalls. Ouch. The girl was confused. "Yes, I could use some help. You see, I'm stuck." The guy, without asking unnecessary questions, deftly extracted the shoe from the trap and handed it to Emily. From the outside, it all looked like a shabby prince offering Cinderella to try on a crystal slipper on a high stiletto. Emily embarrassedly snatched the shoe from the stranger's hands, deftly put it on her foot, and smiled. "You are, you might say, my savior. I was about to say goodbye to her, but then you showed up." "You shouldn't have," laughed the guy. "The shoes are expensive, I can tell. You shouldn't throw it away so easily. Besides, there are no hopeless situations in life. Never give up, even if it seems that everything is lost." "I'll do my best," Emily smiled and waved goodbye to the stranger. It was only a couple houses away from their destination. Emily sped up her steps, as she didn't want to be late. John Smith was already waiting for her in the park's cozy coffee shop at his usual spot. Emily went straight to the man. "Emily, my dear." John got up from the sofa and looked at her from head to toe. "You look beautiful. You always do." "Thank you." Emily blushed slightly. "John, will you excuse me for being late? Was there an emergency?" No, I'm the one who's early." The man hastened to reassure her, but Emily saw the faintest flicker of displeasure in his eyes. "Let's not waste time. I'll show you everything at once." Emily took out of her bag a voluminous catalog and put it in front of her. "Is there anything interesting?" The man perked up immediately. "I think so." Emily nodded. "You know John Smith. I always show everything to you first. You're on our payroll. We just finished the catalog. Sarah Thompson sent me straight to you. A lot of Chinese porcelain this time. As I recall, that's your subject, isn't it?" "Oh yes." John's eyes lit up, and he poured himself greedily into the catalog. "I, of course, more on imperial porcelain. You know what my collection is, but I will not refuse China. And in the price is always growing and pleasing to the eye. You've seen how filigree always these vases and statuettes are executed." Emily worked in a private gallery, and John was considered one of the biggest art connoisseurs in town. He was an avid collector, investing heavily in antiquities. Emily was his favorite agent, introduced them to Henry Johnson, who devoted his entire life to antiques. John was his longtime friend, and they had once hunted for precious art together. Porcelain was their shared passion. But as Henry grew older, his passion waned because of illness. Grandfather liked Emily's passion for antiquities. When she was a baby, they spent hours in his store. She would gaze breathlessly at the porcelain figurines that reflected the spirit of different eras and peoples. Henry told her a million stories with enthusiasm. This hobby eventually turned into a profession. Emily graduated from the Institute of Culture and received a specialty of restorer. And then, thanks to her grandfather's connections, she began working at the local state gallery. The profession was not monetary, but very interesting. Emily fiddled enthusiastically with reactive special restoration mixtures and literally restored masterpieces, which were about to fall into oblivion. It seemed to her a real miracle. The girl didn't need much money. Her grandfather was a rich man by the standards of the city. He did not drive his favorite granddaughter to work until exhaustion. Emily's passion flattered him. In addition, he was frankly proud that he was able to instill in the girl a love for what he himself valued most of all. But a few years passed, and Emily was offered a promising position in a newly opened private gallery. Its owner, Sarah Thompson, was an old acquaintance of her grandfather, so the career quickly went uphill. Starting as an assistant, Emily quickly settled in and after a year became a senior art historian. She was not only well-versed in art, but also able to find a common language with the most fastidious clients. John Smith was one of them. "Nice selection," John announced in a high-pitched tone as he closed the catalog. "Can you give me this edition for a couple of days? I can tell you now that I would like to buy a couple of things, but I'd like to look at them in more detail." At my age, moods change dramatically. In case something else catches my fancy, I like to contemplate. Even photographs can sometimes fascinate me enough to make me want to own the original. Of course, the girl nodded. You only please do not delay, because Sarah Thompson wants to organize an exhibition, a presentation. In 2 months, it is necessary to prepare the exposition. I've already invited so many guests that I feel I won't be able to rest. You know what's on me? You, my girl, don't worry. The man patted her hand. I'll give you a final answer one of these days. I'll call Sarah myself. I'll tell her what I need to postpone. Emily left the cafe with a sigh of relief. Don't worry about the commission, she told herself. The main thing is to have time to prepare the exposition. Also, the house is a mess. What's wrong? John Smith was worried. Is there anything I can do to help? I can. The girl shook her head. No, it's all right. Just personal problems. It all came together at once. Don't be silent, Emily. If I can help, John Smith offered. Thank you. Okay, I'll leave the catalog. Then I'll call you as soon as I decide. In the meantime, I'm going to run an errand. I'll see you later. Say hi to Grandpa, she said. I'll be sure to tell him. Would you stop by and see him? I rarely get to him, and he's not feeling well. His heart is racing. Emily sighed. Yes, I'm afraid for him, too. Don't worry, my girl, everything will be fine. Emily said goodbye and walked out. There was no more business scheduled for today. Sarah Thompson said to go home right after the meeting. But Emily didn't feel like going home at all. She went to the nearest candy store and bought a couple of air cakes. Holding the brightly colored box tightly, the girl headed toward the house on the waterfront where her grandfather lived. It took a long time for the door to be opened. Emily didn't have her keys. The visit to her grandfather's house had been unplanned. Strangely, she pounded her knuckles on the door anxiously. Where could he have gone? And the phone was silent. He'd forgotten it again. What kind of person knows I worry when he doesn't pick up the phone? Emily was about to leave when Henry finally opened the door. Emily, what a joy. I didn't see that coming. Why did you come without calling? The girl was indignant and hugged her grandfather tightly. You don't answer yourself. I'm worried. Come on, Henry waved her away. I just fell asleep. It happens at my age. I got up early in the morning. Well, that's good, Grandpa. Look what I brought. Emily squinted enigmatically and showed me a box of brownies. I know it's bad for you, but what's life without sweets? That's true, sweetheart, Henry laughed. Let's not eat until 6, or the nurse will be here to give me my shots. If she sees me, I'm in trouble. But we still have 40 minutes, nodded her granddaughter. I'll stay with you for a while, or they'll lose me at home. Tell me, how are you doing? Because you look pale, tired. I'm fine. I've got a lot of work to do. We're getting ready for the new exhibition. I just met John Smith. He says hello to you. He said he'd drop by. John? Henry chuckled. I haven't seen him in a while. He's been away on business. I wish he'd come to see an old friend more often. He's probably looking for something better for himself again. Yeah, they brought in a lot of Chinese porcelain. I handed him the catalog and his eyes lit up. I could tell he had his eye on a couple of pieces. I remember back in the day. I'd like to buy something myself, but what's the point? There's no point in collecting anymore. I don't have much time left. Come on, Grandpa, full of pessimism. You're only 76, you've got a lot of years ahead of you. We have a good heredity. Your father lived to be 100 years old. Are you burying yourself already? It's no big deal if you have a bad heart. It's not a problem with the current level of medicine. The main thing is to take care of yourself. You should come and see me more often. When I see you, I immediately feel young. You have such positive energy. I'd love to, but you know I don't have time. And at home. That witch is driving me crazy again. Alex, why don't you get involved? I would never let my mother treat my wife like that. It's about time you two got your own place. 5 years of marriage and still in the same place. And there's an empty apartment. Alex doesn't want to. Emily sighed. He says it's your apartment and he's uncomfortable. He's uncomfortable. Henry was indignant. Are you comfortable with her constant nagging? Why does she dislike you so much? I don't know. It was tolerable before. but for the last 6 months she's been going off the rails. It's none of my business, granddaughter. But I think if you want a quiet family life, you should move out. It's only going to get worse. I know that kind of woman. She won't rest until she's completely dried you up. And the kids will come. What then? Grandpa suddenly got serious. Emily, you know that Alex and I can't have children. That's why Lubov Markovna is so mad. She wants grandchildren, and I can't. When she found out that I have such a disorder in my body, she started her attacks. It feels like she's deliberately trying to break us up so that he'll find another woman who'll give birth to an heir. And what an inheritance. All they have behind them is an apartment and a shabby cottage. If I were your mother-in-law, on the contrary, I would protect you. If I die, you'll inherit everything. Grandpa, why do you say that? Emily was upset. John and I love each other. He's never been interested in your money. Well, maybe not to him, but I had the honor of talking to Lubov Markovna. She kept trying to find out the size of my capital. You can't choose your relatives, girl, but to live with them on the same territory is to put nails in your coffin. Come on, we'll be fine, Emily said. I'm at work most of the time, John too. We only see each other in the evenings. And on weekends, Lubov Markovna usually goes either to the country or to her friends. I see how well you're doing. You're not even in a hurry to get home. I'm not in a hurry, because I came to you and want to spend more time here, smiled Emily. So what if your mother-in-law is a witch? Every other family is like that, and they live. I feel sorry for you. Emily Henry patted her on the head. I just want you to be happy. I am happy. Hugged his granddaughter. I have a man I love, a job I love. I don't need anything else. I just have you all to myself, Henry smiled. My parents have suffered so much in their lives and lost them early. That's what I'm worried about. I understand, Grandpa. Emily poked him on the cheek. But believe me, I'm fine. By the way, you know, I got my heel caught in a grate today, stuck on the sidewalk. Barely made it out. Well, at least there are still some kind people out there. At 6 a.m. sharp, the doorbell rang. It was the nurse. Emily stayed at her grandfather's house for a short time and went home. It was raining outside. The girl called a cab and in 10 minutes stood at the door to her apartment. Alex was not at home. Emily was even surprised. The clock was already showing the 9th hour. He was usually back by this time. But Lubov Markovna met her on the doorstep. And where do we go? Grumbled unhappily mother-in-law. I was at work, then I slipped off somewhere. And why do you ask? Calmly replied Emily. Where did she get off? I came home, no wife, no wife. And where is he? I thought he hadn't come back yet, Emily wondered. Would you pick up the phone when your husband calls? Maybe I would. Emily looked at the screen of her smartphone, puzzled. I always answer the phone. How can you be so irresponsible? Love boiled. But I don't have any missed calls or messages. Where did he call? To his workplace. I don't take it with me after I leave the gallery. Should you? You're supposed to be in touch. I am. Emily was indignant and felt the anger beginning to boil inside her. He's not stupid. He should know that if I don't answer at work, I should call on my cell phone. Okay, it's all just silly. I'm telling you, Lubov Markovna, you know, I went to my friends. Said he won't be back tonight. What do you mean he's not coming back? Emily's eyebrows went up. Just like that, the mother-in-law said, hiding her face in a smile. They went fishing. You don't have to wait until Sunday. But why didn't he even warn me? Emily didn't understand what was going on. Why would he warn you? He's a grown man. It's the weekend. Or are you against your husband having his own time? You know, girl, this kind of control isn't going to do any good. To what kind of control? Emily raised her voice. Do I tell him not to do anything? Just call and say he's going away. Especially for almost 3 days. Emily immediately dialed her husband's number, but his phone was off. Don't even try to reach him, Cynthia gritted through her teeth. There's no reception. He's on the road at 03000 hours. He said he'll call when he's online. That's ridiculous. Emily shook her head. Okay, if you say so, then that's the way it is. I don't see the point in taking this argument any further. I'm tired, Cynthia. Can't I just go and rest? I haven't cooked dinner? Her mother-in-law grinned maliciously. Still no, you can cook something for yourself. And now we've completely relaxed. Do you even remember the last time you stood at the stove? I don't understand, Cynthia snapped suddenly. Emily, as I recall, you fiercely defended my right to stand at the stove. It was all girls, you can't, he doesn't like it. Mommy knows best. Thank you so much for taking over the cooking, but I didn't ask you to. If you don't want to cook for yourself without problems, I will. Besides, no one canceled delivery. Don't get excited. I won't starve to death. How you talk. Indignant mother-in-law. Don't forget, my dear, that you live in my apartment, and therefore, according to my rules, you haven't opened your mouth in front of Alex. I'll tell him all about the way you treat me. Do whatever you want. Emily shouted. Do you think I'm stuck in your apartment like this? I don't know how you work Alex so hard to keep him from moving out, but I promise, as soon as he gets back, I'll bring it up again. On Saturday, Cynthia left for the cottage. Even awake, Emily was glad to see her gone. Her mother-in-law, as expected, had not prepared breakfast, but the girl was not upset. She quickly kneaded the dough and fried a mountain of appetizing pancakes, which almost all ate. Emily's figure wasn't something to be watched. She was one of those rare breeds that no matter what you fed them, they would still be slim and neat. Emily was happy with her constitution, because with a busy work schedule, she could not train in the gym, and sit on a diet was impossible. So much energy was expended during the day that if she ate a meager diet, she would just faint on the way, eating the last pancake. Emily washed the dishes and dialed Alex's phone. It was still silent. Well, you've got to be kidding, the girl thought. You have to leave like that and not say a word. I bet Cynthia was whispering nonsense to him. She swore she'd tell me everything. She's a chatterbox. Well, it's easier to ignore it. I'd better think of something to do today. It's a day off after all. The weather's nice. Maybe go to the cemetery. It's been a long time since I've been there. I'd like to take Grandpa with me. Hello, Grandpa. Emily said excitedly into the receiver when Henry answered. My little birdie, greetings. I wasn't expecting you. What are you doing home so early? Grandpa, listen. I was thinking maybe we could visit my parents at the cemetery. It's been a while. Wouldn't you like to see them? Let's go, of course, Grandpa said. Aren't you with your husband today? He's gone. I'm all alone at home. So I thought, when will I ever get away again? Come on, get ready. I'll call a cab and we'll go together. I'll be right there. Emily got dressed and went outside. She went into a flower shop and bought some white lilies, then called a cab and went to her grandfather's house. Henry was already waiting for her in the driveway. He looked quite alert. Apparently, the new medication his doctor had prescribed was doing its job well. There was even a blush on his cheeks. Hi, Grandpa, kissed his granddaughter when he got into the cab. And you are fresh and alert. I'll watch this, because yesterday I saw how that nurse tortured me. They don't make women like that these days. Where'd you find her? She'd get me out of this world if I needed her. You like it? She laughed. You're just lonely. That nurse is a good nurse. Sarah Thompson recommended her to me. She used to babysit her mom? Tough. Yeah, I bet she is. But she's good at her job, and I'm sure you'll always have plenty to talk about. Oh yes, suppressed a chuckle, grandfather. This lady will surprise everyone. I had no idea she was so interested in art. Not as a professional, of course, but still. We talked to her for hours. It's not boring. I'm glad Emily laid her head on her grandfather's shoulder. And I bought flowers for Mom and Dad. Look how pretty they are. Yeah, Amber loved those. We had a flower garden at our old house. Your grandmother always planted white lilies. Little Snail, always hiding in the flower bed, getting pollen all over her. And we'd run around looking for them. How many years has it been? The cab pulled up to the cemetery. Emily and her grandfather got out in front of the massive cast-iron gate and headed down the main avenue into the depths. Along the way, they looked at the figurative monuments, the birds singing very loudly. Autumn was coming, but it was still very warm. The sun was shining in summer. Breaking through the thick, not yet begun to yellow leaves, thousands of sun bunnies lay on the paving stones. At last they reached the place. A tall monument of gray granite cast a large shadow. From the polished slab smiled a man and a woman, forever imprinted on the soulless stone. Emily's fingers touched the cold, smooth slab. She gently stroked the faces and placed the flowers she'd brought in a vase, taking the dried bouquet from there. "Hello," Amber Henry murmured. "And hello, Fred. I'm sorry we don't come to see you often enough. I've gotten so bad. I think I'm going to join you for good." "Grandfather, are you at it again?" Emily frowned. "Mom, Dad, don't listen to him. I'll take care of Grandpa. You'll have to be without him for a while." Emily's parents died together. Both had a passion for mountain climbing. Henry Johnson, who lost his wife early, guarded his daughter Amber more than any treasure. But the girl was very active and ambitious. When she married Fred, her classmate, her happiness was boundless. Henry did not like his son-in-law, although he had practically no common interests with him. But it was enough for him to know that Fred loved Amber and would do anything for her. The energetic young couple had been interested in mountaineering since college. When Amber and Fred were in the same course, Henry didn't like his daughter's hobby much. After all, each ascent was associated with a huge risk. But it was useless to dissuade Amber. With Fred's appearance, Henry calmed down a little. The strong man could always back up his fragile wife, and he chose less dangerous routes. Often the couple confined themselves to the climbing wall. And when Amber got pregnant and completely abandoned their hobby, with the birth of Emily in the house came great joy. The girl was not by years of development. Early learned to walk and talk. Parents actively engaged in her education, enrolled in many circles, giving the child the opportunity to choose a class to his liking. But most of all, little Emily liked to spend time in the antique shop of her grandfather, where she often ran away. Parents did not even guess that their daughter was truant. After all, every night she was met by a smiling grandfather, covering up his granddaughter's secret hobbies. When Emily went to the 3rd grade, her parents suddenly informed her that soon they planned to go to Elbrus. The conquest of this mountain peak was their longtime shared dream. After almost 10 years of break, going to the mountains was quite dangerous. But as Fred liked to joke, a mountaineer is forever a mountaineer. No one could have imagined that this trip would be the last of their lives. The deaths of the Henry couple were reported a week after Amber and Fred left. Emily still remembered how her grandfather had turned pale and literally shrunk in front of his eyes when he heard the terrible news on the phone. Details were scarce, both had gone off a cliff. Fred's anchor failed and he, who was the first to go, fell off, pulling Amber, who had not had time to secure the hook. They didn't find the bodies right away. Emily didn't remember the funeral well. Both she and her grandfather were in a kind of oblivion, unwilling to accept the terrible truth. Numerous relatives and family friends took it upon themselves to organize the funeral, wake, and other events. Emily abandoned her studies, stopped talking. Grandfather, on the contrary, went to work, hired for his granddaughter governesses, but after closing the shop rushed home to make sure that Emily is all right. He hired a psychologist who came to the girl every day and had heartfelt conversations with her, talking himself, constantly looking for ways to bring his granddaughter out of her mental state. For a 10-year-old girl, what happened was a true nightmare, because her parents were almost everything to her. Gradually, Emily came to her senses. Riding lessons helped. At first, Henry simply brought his granddaughter to the racetrack. The psychologist claimed that, and on therapy is very effective for the treatment of mental traumas. Emily treated them with sugar and apples. The girl gradually began to talk and then asked to climb on the horse. Henry did not spare any money for his granddaughter. Visits to the racetrack became regular. He even bought her her own horse, for which Emily came to the stall twice a week. Over the years, the wound healed. She and her grandfather often traveled to the cemetery, where they could hold conversations with the smiling and eternally frozen faces of Amber and Fred. After graduating from high school, Emily enrolled in the Art Institute. She liked studying. She still continued to live with her grandfather, although he bought a separate apartment for his granddaughter. But the girl did not want to distance herself from the most beloved man in the world. Everything changed when she began to work in the State Gallery. Only weekends Emily could spend time with her grandfather. On weekdays, she often stayed late, trying to restore another time-damaged masterpiece. That day, Emily stayed longer than usual. A large collection of ancient mosaics had been brought in, and the entire staff was hard at work piecing together the smallest details. Emily returned home at midnight, having given her grandfather advance notice. When she entered the apartment, she immediately sensed something amiss. Henry rarely went to bed before 2 in the morning, and this time he didn't even come out to greet his granddaughter and offer a late dinner, as was his custom. Emily noticed the light on in the kitchen. She ran in without even taking her shoes off. Henry was lying on the floor with his arms out to the sides. Emily's heart clenched. On woozy legs, she walked over to her grandfather and tried to feel for a pulse. There was no heartbeat. Terrified, Emily dialed the ambulance and waited. She immediately remembered everything she'd been taught in her life safety class, direct cardiac massage, CPR. In desperate attempts, Emily pressed on her grandfather's chest and sobbed. Suddenly, he let out a long wheeze and hissed. Emily's heart sank. She began to kiss her grandfather, flooding his face with her tears. The ambulance came quickly, but by then Henry had regained consciousness. He flatly refused to be hospitalized, but Emily was adamant. They learned later that Henry Johnson was suffering from heart failure. And if Emily had returned a minute later that day, there was nothing that could have been done. But fate had it differently. Since then, a woman has been working at the house as a housekeeper and caregiver on a full-time basis. Emily quit and got a job in a private gallery, where the schedule was more gentle. It was there that she met Alex. Alex only came over on Sunday evenings. Emily sat in her room, trying not to attract her mother-in-law's attention. Emily greeted her husband angrily, finally. "What's the meaning of this?" "No matter what I start, it's all to no avail," Alex brushed it off. "I'm tired and hungry." "Alex, are you serious? You've been gone for 2 days. You didn't even give me any notice that you were leaving, and now you're just ignoring it. Why do I have to report back? I called you to warn you, but you didn't even pick up the phone, and it's my fault again. I'm not accusing you of anything, but that's not how it works. And you called my work number, even though you know my main number perfectly well. That's enough. I wanted to go out and the guys called me. I explained everything to my mom. She didn't say anything to you." "She did. She did. That's a separate conversation. After all, I am your wife. Interfering with my mom is not the best solution, especially since you know how she feels about me." Alex got angry. "You two are both pecking at me. You can't seem to split something." "What did she do to you?" "Nothing, but I got to her. I don't know what the argument was about. You're always on her side, even when you see she's wrong. You respect her age. How silly is that? She's not old, there's nothing wrong with her head. Though I'm beginning to doubt it." Alex pressed his lips together. "I don't know what happened between you two. I can only guess about another scandal. I'll talk to her, but please be patient." "I'm already patient to the last of my strength. She started badgering me about my food. Please, let's go away. We have somewhere to live. I can't be on the same property with her anymore. Honey, you know that apartment is very far from my work. It's inconvenient to drive every day. I don't want to get up half an hour early. And you probably won't like cooking and cleaning. Your mother runs the whole house." That's all excuses. A million women can handle the work and the household. And I can do it. Please, Alex, at least think about it. I just can't do it anymore. I'd rather sacrifice time than slowly destroy my psyche and my marriage. Alex kissed Emily's forehead. "Okay, I'll think about it and talk to my mom. By the way, where's the fish?" "What fish? We were just relaxing in nature. Why bring home ruffles?" Emily wondered. "We could have dried them. I like mixed river fish, but Mom would blow our minds over fish hanging on the balcony." Alex laughed. "No way. Okay, let's go out to dinner. I'm awfully hungry." "Go by yourself. I don't want to see Cynthia Lewis right now. Besides, I've already eaten. Come back soon, I miss you." 2 months passed. Alex still hadn't thought about moving, citing his busy work schedule. He stayed late every day. Emily almost didn't notice it because she was working, preparing for the exhibition, even spending her weekends in the gallery. She was glad, because she didn't have to cross paths with her mother-in-law. But with her husband, too, she almost never saw him. In the evenings, Alex was in a bad mood, went to bed and turned away. In the morning, he was already rushing to work. The presentation at the gallery was very successful. Many exhibits were sold. Even Grandpa was pleased with his presence. But after the event, Sarah Thompson called Emily aside. "Emily," she began softly. "I know you've been working hard and must be pretty tired." The girl smiled a little shyly. "I have a little business proposition for you. Basically, I'd like you to take a vacation next month, because you're not wearing your face. But Emily, sensing some kind of a catch. I have to go somewhere, Sarah Thompson exhaled. They know and they don't travel much. But I've got a lot on my plate here right now. I can't trust anyone else. Where to? New York. Emily, for a week, 2 weeks tops. An old acquaintance of mine has something of interest there. He's willing to give us a huge collection of copperware and silverware to sell. You can't miss out on something like that. We need to drive around, see what he is interesting. Pick up options for our gallery. He's got paintings, too. I've been wanting one for a long time. The man's not old. He's been sitting on his treasures like a stingy knight. Now he's selling them off. And you entrust me with such a responsible assignment? Emily was surprised. Who else? You've been working for me for so long, I couldn't find a better specialist. Besides, you alone can correctly assess the collection, estimate the restoration work. I'll pay you everything, don't worry, and I won't hurt you with the bonus. I'd go myself, but you know what I mean. Okay, Emily said after thinking about it. I'll go. It's a little tense at home right now, and I didn't want to leave my grandfather alone. I promise you, I'll stop by Henry Johnson's house a couple times. It's been a long time since we've had a heart-to-heart. Don't worry about it. You'll have a good time. It's New York. Thomas Wilson, our client, has a very interesting house, right on Fifth Avenue, an old mansion. I assure you, this trip will do you good, and you'll learn a lot about yourself as a professional. Okay, you got it, Emily smiled. I hope Alex won't mind too much. Alex didn't mind. He was even glad that Emily was going on a business trip. What's so weird about it? Alex was surprised. I'm very happy for you. I'd love to go to New York for a week or two, especially at someone else's expense. I'm so tired on vacation. It's time. Speaking of vacations, Emily was embarrassed. Sarah Thompson promised me a vacation next month. Maybe you should take one too, go on a vacation somewhere, especially since I'll be well paid for my business trip. Can we go to the seaside? And the commission after the exhibition is decent. That would be nice, Alex winked. We'll think about it. You go for now and don't worry about anything. And Mom will calm down. She is often provoking conflicts again these days. By the way, you still haven't decided anything about moving. Honey, let's do it after New Year's. You won't be back until mid-December. Who moves before the holidays? What's the big deal? New Year's Eve, new house. It's all very symbolic. I'm not going to giggle and beat my hands. This is how I leave my mom alone on a holiday. Let's do this, you come back, then we'll celebrate, then we'll go on vacation, and then we'll move in. Promise. The girl exclaimed, surprised at her husband's flexibility. I promise. Alex nodded and pressed his wife against him. The trip to New York was very successful. Thomas Wilson turned out to be a pleasant elderly man confined to a wheelchair. He enthusiastically told Emily about his huge collection, showed all his treasures, accompanying it all with fascinating stories. Free time, and there was a lot of it, the girls spent for walks. The Big Apple was in full swing preparing for the celebration of the new year. Rich illumination on the streets created the illusion of a fairy tale. Emily had traveled to New York City twice before. As a child with her parents and when she studied at the Institute. Now she just admired the city, went to warm herself in coffee shops, took a lot of pictures and reported everything to her grandfather. They often communicated by video. Henry Johnson loved this city. As a young man, he often traveled to New York for work and stayed there for long periods of time. It was here that he met his future wife, but never returned after her death. Grandpa. Emily enthusiastically broadcast as she showed Henry Johnson the Kazan Cathedral glowing brightly in the evening landscape. We should definitely come here together. Where would I go, little girl? Laughed grandfather. I'm not old enough to travel. I've seen enough of your happy face. No, grandfather, Emily resisted. It's not the same. It's more solemn in person. It smells like a holiday. Let's come in the summer, promise me. I know you love Peter. I do, Emily, but I'm afraid I won't live to see the summer, frowned grandfather. Emily, your death books again. I'm not talking to you. I'm done. All right, agreed, let's go. But you were going on vacation to the sea this winter. I'll have a lot of things to do in the summer. I'll make a deal, Sarah Thompson. She comes here a lot. We could ask her to take her place. We could do something fun, huh? It's so beautiful here. I might even stay here. Why? Is that a good idea? Henry Johnson was coaxing me. Grab your Alex and go. There's always a job for someone as skilled as you. That's how Sarah Thompson's gonna let me go. And I don't like changing jobs. No, that's just a dream. But I'm sure I'll be coming here more often. All right, granddaughter, laughed Henry Johnson. We'll see. Oh, that's it. My lady's here. You take your walk, I'm gonna go get my shots. Love you, Grandpa. Take care. Love you too, baby. Emily was walking down Rubenstein toward Nevsky. There was almost no snow on the sidewalks in the center. The tall girl on high heels deftly rounded the passers-by she met. Suddenly she felt her foot twist. There was a cracking sound. They're at it again. Emily thought with horror as she looked down at her feet. The heel was dangling treacherously on a thin piece of sole. This is a must. So I've had no luck with heels lately. I've degenerated to sneakers. I went for a walk, you see. Emily stood and laughed. It was impossible to walk so resolutely. She was about to call a cab, but her phone was dead. The battery dead. Oh, shit. Emily cursed. Really came a voice from very close by. I don't believe it. A man was standing next to her, laughing. At first, Emily didn't recognize him and wanted to reproach the stranger for his rude behavior. But after a closer look, she realized that the guy who had helped her free her heel from the bars a few months ago was standing in front of her. Only this time he was dressed not in a work overalls, but in a very decent coat. Is that you? The girl exclaimed in surprise. It looks like me, the guy smiled back. I see you have such a hobby breaking heels. Don't make me laugh. Emily laughed. I feel awkward enough as it is. I don't know how to get home with a broken heel. I wanted to call a cab, but my phone died. Let me give you a ride. How far is it? Oh no, it's inconvenient. I'd appreciate it if you'd call me a cab. That'll be enough. What's the point? I have a car over there, the man waved somewhere to the side. I actually noticed you from it. Just as I was about to drive off, bang. I see this picture. I didn't even believe it was you. But it would have been hard not to recognize you. The look is too memorable. And that hair. It's quite ordinary, Emily blushed, even the hair is sparse. It's not often you see a young lady with such a mop of red hair without a hat. Aren't you afraid of getting cold? The weather here is deceptive. The wind is blowing. I'm hardened. Emily smiled. All right, I'll take it, I guess. But it's not far to Kanaya. I'm staying there. That's great. I'm going that way too. My name's Justin, by the way. And you're Emily? That's a cool name. My sister's Daria too. I'm here to see her, by the way. So you're not from around here? No, I think we're from around here. I'm on a little vacation. Once a year I come here to visit my sister. I let myself take a break from work. Why are we standing here? Let's get in the car. Emily took her new acquaintance under her arm and showed her, hopping on one foot. She thought to herself that it probably looked extremely comical from the outside. But it wasn't far to walk. After a couple of steps, Justin stopped and carefully opened the door of his car in front of Emily. The girl even whistled. The car was very expensive and shone beautifully with new paint and the lights of the garlands. Surprised, Justin laughed. Well, yes, such a car, mumbled Emily. When we first met you, you were wearing such a dirty overalls. I never would have thought that the person wearing it would be driving a car like that. It was Justin who was a little confused. At the time, I was on my way to get cigarettes from an apartment that was being remodeled, arrived in just a t-shirt. It was getting chilly. Well, I borrowed overalls from one of the workers. I'm surprised you remember me at all. I have the most ordinary appearance. Appearance, maybe an ordinary, but the smile. You can tell you're a good man, and did not pass by a girl in trouble. Raised that way. I agree that few people will stop now. They go here bending in their smartphones and prefer not to notice the world around them. Can you imagine how many people could be helped if they saw their grief in time? I've always been like that. I've always been like that. My sister's the same way. We're all human beings. We have to help each other, or there'll be nothing human left. Besides, I believe in karma. Today you help, tomorrow you'll be helped. Emily nodded logically. It's rare to meet someone like that these days. And we're here already. Well, it was nice to meet you, Justin. And I'm Emily, the young man smiled. And tell me, how long are you here for? I'm already leaving tomorrow morning. Why, have you been thinking for a while? Maybe I should take you out for coffee? You'll forgive me if I seem intrusive. I just don't believe in coincidence. We've met twice and under the same circumstances. I mean, think about the odds of that happening. So I'd like to keep in touch. Okay, it's not fate, so yes. Don't feel bad, Emily smiled. We can see each other in our town. I work in a gallery. Do you know the model? He's an art man. You could put it that way. You're welcome to come. I'm there most days, except weekends. You can drop by at lunchtime. Let me leave my phone number. Are you interested in art too? You could say that Justin nodded. Only a different kind of art. I work in the IT field as an IT programmer. Surprised by the girl. Not exactly. Although that's what they call us in the commonplace. I prefer to be called an information systems engineer. Oh, I'm far from that. We're just now training our brainchild in culture. Are you an art historian? Not exactly, but great, Justine interrupted. I hope you won't refuse me a consultation too. If it would be within my power to do so, please do. Okay, it was nice to meet you. I'll be sure to call you when I get back. See you then, Emily smiled. At the airport, she even called Alex to arrange a meeting. Much to her surprise, her husband refused to come to pick her up. Amy, I'll be at work, he informed her. Take a cab. But we had an agreement. The wife was indignant. You're flying in at 12 noon? It's not like I can dash out of the office just to pick you up. What's the problem? Should I call a cab? Nothing, the girl said, frustrated. Just thought you might have missed me. I missed you, but I'm working. I'll see you tonight. Okay, Emily sighed. She made her own way home, where to her great relief she didn't catch her mother-in-law. Thank goodness she's not here, the girl thought. That's the last thing I want to do right now is listen to her lecturing. What is this? Emily noticed that there was a lipstick on her night table. It seemed like nothing out of the ordinary. But the tube was foreign. She removed the cap and looked at the bright red contents in bewilderment. Is this what Cynthia Lewis puts on her makeup like this? She pronounced. Haven't noticed her like that. 6 decades old and colors like that. It's odd. And why is it in our bedroom anyway? Emily quickly put the find out of her mind and started calling Sarah Thompson. Emily returned from her business trip, reported back, sent all her work files and arranged to come back the next day. She slept through the evening. Emily woke up when she heard Alex return. She immediately jumped out of bed and ran out to meet her husband. Alex stood in the doorway, disgruntled. Is something wrong? Emily asked worriedly. You're back. It's kind of strange, Alex answered. Where's Mom? I don't know. I arrived, she was gone. Call her. Get her location. I don't feel like it. I don't feel like it. It's probably for the best. What are you talking about? Emily's frowning. Look, we need to talk. And Mom would just be in the way right now. You're scaring me. Is it serious? Yes, Emily, it's serious. Oh my God, the girl's pale. What does Grandpa have to do with it? Alex answered irritably, you have a problem with him. Of course. He's the closest thing I have to a family member. And you're standing there like that. I'm thinking about the worst. I haven't even called him yet. Alex silently went to the kitchen and poured himself some water, drinking the whole glass. The man turned around and looked at his wife seriously. Next, he began. We have to break up. Emily's breath caught from surprise, and her legs felt weak. What do you mean, break up? In the most direct sense. I've fallen in love with someone else. Are you kidding me right now? It's not funny. Alex, I'm serious. Emily, I've wanted to tell you for a long time, but I've regretted it. And I wasn't sure how I felt before. Before? What do you mean before? How long have you been with her? 6 months. 6 months? Emily shrieked. But how is that possible? Alex, I don't believe you. It's not true. You're just kidding. I'm not joking, her husband snapped. Come on, you idiot. I'm telling you straight out that I don't love you anymore. I have another woman with whom I am happy, and she's expecting a child with me. Oh my God. Emily slid down the wall to the floor. Tears came to her eyes. You're just telling me this now? When else? I didn't think it was serious at first, but then I realized you and I were way out of our league. And she is this about the baby? Emily asked sadly, isn't it? So tell me. It's not just the baby that I found out about recently. I've been in love with her for a long time. You could say that the pregnancy was the final factor in my decision. I don't believe it, Emily sobbed openly. Tears were pouring down her face in salty streams into her mouth. Emily, everyone, calm down. I did everything I could. I swear, I didn't mean it that way. It just happened. It just happened, the girl laughed hysterically. It just happened? You cheated on me. You hid the affair. And now you're expecting a baby. Is that what you call it? You betrayed me, Alex, and I loved you. Tell me. Does Cynthia Lewis know about this? Is she the one who's been covering for you? Is that what you were doing when you were supposedly working late and going on vacation with your friends? So answer me. Don't get hysterical, Alex ordered. Yes, that's it. What else do you want me to say? So everything is clear. Mom only found out recently. Don't blame her. How do you like to do that? I told her when I found out Nikki was pregnant. Nikki. That's whose red lipstick is on my night table. What, did you sneak her into our bedroom already? Only once, and not in the bedroom. I put it there myself. She dropped it by accident. I thought it was yours. I just brought her over to meet my mom. You're crazy. Bringing your mistress here to our house, taking advantage of my absence. Emily, don't overreact, Alex snapped at her. This isn't our house. It's Mom's apartment. I get it, Emily laughed, getting up from the floor. Mom's apartment. So that's why you've been dragging your feet about moving in. You had it all planned out and were just waiting for the right time. And that witch. She knew everything from the start. Don't try to change my mind. I imagine her eyes lit up when she heard that Nikki was pregnant. Your mother's obsessed with grandchildren. She hated me when she found out I couldn't have kids. I know all that, and I only kept my mouth shut out of respect for you. You shouldn't have. It should have been over a long time ago. What do you want from me? I'm a young, healthy man. I want to be a father. Can't you give me that? It's not too late to break up as friends. You have your whole life ahead of you. You're beautiful, interesting, smart. Have your own life, but without me. I swear there are plenty of men out there who don't want kids for nothing. You're an idiot, Emily said. A star. Friends, you say? After such a betrayal, I don't want to know you. And you're telling me about friendship? It's over. I'll pack my things and leave tomorrow. Don't even try to come after me and apologize. Emily ran out of the kitchen and locked herself in her bedroom. She sobbed into her pillow at night. It's over, she thought. How could he do this to me? Is it my fault I can't have children? He swore that none of this mattered to him. And you were all over him, Mommy. I bet she's probably glowing with joy, realizing she got rid of me. I can live with Nikki and them. I can live on my own. The next day, Emily excused herself from work after lunch, telling Sarah Thompson that she needed to take care of some household chores. There was no time to delay. No reconciliation with Alex was out of the question, especially after his confession that his mistress was pregnant. Emily would surely forgive the treason itself. All the more her husband had confessed to it. But it was a real betrayal. Since childhood, her grandfather taught her that you can forgive anyone, except the traitor and hypocrites. Having cheated once, each of them could easily commit a second offense. Emily even felt lighter when she thought it over in the morning. Living under the same roof with a traitorous husband and a tyrant mother-in-law was unbearable. And here she was getting rid of two problems at once. When Emily tried to open the apartment with her own key, she found it didn't fit. The locks had even been changed, she thought gloatingly. It's okay if they don't open it. I'll call the police. After all, I have every right to take my things. She pressed the bell with all her might. The door was not open for a long time. At last there were sounds, clicks. Cynthia Lewis appeared on the threshold and grinned.
We thought you'd gone all the way out. Let me go. I've got things to pack. Emily gritted her teeth.
The mother-in-law obediently moved away, letting the girl inside. To Emily's surprise, she spotted a pair of high-heeled boots in the hallway. "We have company," her mother-in-law grinned. "Not us," girl Cynthia pursed her lips. "You don't live here anymore, remember? It's not much use." Emily walked into the room. A girl a little younger than her was sitting on the couch. Alex stood with his back turned to the window. "Hello," Emily said, raising her tone defiantly. "You must be Nikki?" "Amy," Alex interrupted. "Don't do that. Get your stuff and go." "I'm smiling," Emily said. "I won't interrupt you. Mind your own business." Emily walked out and headed for the bedroom. She took a large bag out of the closet and began to put things in it. Cynthia Lewis, accompanied by Nikki, suddenly appeared on the doorstep. Both were watching the girl's actions intently. "Can I help you?" Emily asked wryly. "Or are you just standing there, amusing yourself with the spectacle?" "You, Nikki, stay here and make sure this girl doesn't take anything extra," her mother-in-law smirked. "I'll go and get her things from the bathroom." "Okay," Aunt Cynthia, Alex's mistress, said. "I just don't know what she's allowed to take and what she's not." Cynthia chuckled to herself. It seemed that these two had known each other for a long time and were already working together. "Fuck them," Emily said dryly out loud. "I'll only take what's mine. I don't want anything that doesn't belong to me. If you're worried about the jewelry Alex gave me, it's in the jewelry box on the table. Eat all 2 nicknames. And this one too." Emily pulled the wedding ring off her finger and tossed it toward the woman. It clinked and rolled to the side. She threw clothes and makeup into her bag and reached for a beautiful chest. "Hey," Nikki rudely called out to her. "What's that?" "None of your business." "It's my parents' stuff," Emily snapped at her. "Don't you ever try to get your hands on it. You'll be ripped out without even blinking." Nikki, horrified by the threat, stumbled back to Cynthia Lewis, who was carrying a bag full of something. "She's threatening me," Aunt Cynthia cried the girl. "How dare you?" The mother-in-law lashed out at Emily. Emily shoved her aside, snatched the package from her hands, and headed for the exit. On her way out, she glanced into the living room, where Alex was still staring out the window. "Goodbye," Emily told him dryly and left the apartment for good. Her husband didn't even look back at her. Emily stood in the driveway, waiting for a cab. She looked at her bags with disdain, realizing that the last 4.5 years of her life had fit so easily into them. She hadn't said anything to her grandfather yet. She didn't want to worry him prematurely. The car pulled up and the driver helped load the bags into the trunk. Emily was already at Grandpa's house in 15 minutes, ringing the doorbell. She stood there in utter confusion. She didn't want to burden Henry with her problems. The old man might have a heart attack. The nurse opened the door. "Oh, hello," Emily mumbled. "Where's Grandpa?" "Hello, Emily," the woman nodded. "Henry Johnson was sick this morning, but he's fine now. He called me, and I called an ambulance right away." Emily turned pale, and the woman hurried to reassure her. "Don't worry, it was just a sudden drop in blood pressure. It's all fixed now. He's resting at his place." "Thank God," Emily exhaled and went into the apartment. The nurse looked at her bags in surprise, but didn't ask any questions. Emily dropped her burden and immediately rushed into her grandfather's bedroom. Henry Johnson was half lying there, reading a book. He grumbled indignantly when he heard the door open. "Marina, I told you not to disturb me." "Grandfather, it's me," Emily sobbed. Oh, Henry was surprised. "Emily, how are you here?" "I told Marina not to call you, not to distract you from your work." She didn't call. Emily reassured him. "You can't be stressed out right now. I'm here myself, but it's still 4:30. Did you get off work early? I missed my grandfather and Peter. How was your trip?" "It was fine," Grandpa. Emily smiled. "But you can't fool me. I can see your eyes are crying. Come on, tell me. I could never fool you." "Where?" "I'm coming to see you for good," the girl confessed.
What do you mean? Henry was surprised and raised himself on the pillows.
"Stay down and don't get up." Emily stopped him. "We broke up with Alex. If you don't mind, I'll stay with you for a while." "Wait, no, of course I don't mind. How could you even think that? It's your house, too. But what do you mean we broke up? Are you fighting about that witch again? No, Grandfather. Emily took a deep breath and told Henry everything. The old man listened silently, stroking her hair. I want to get back at him so badly. I'm so angry, Emily summarized. Revenge is a useless thing, said her grandfather. His deed will definitely boomerang back on him. You'll see. The best thing you can do is to forget all this. My girl, you're strong. You'll get through this. And I won't leave you. And let these people live their lives as they please. You're too good for this family. It's a despicable thing to do to a man like you. That doesn't speak well for them. Thank God it's all coming out now. Alex may be a scoundrel, but it was good of him to come clean. Now you have to file for divorce. Emily raised one eyebrow. Why wait? I get your point. You're not going back, even if he crawls back on his knees. And there's no point in him getting ready to be a father now, and his mom won't let him. Forget it, girl. You're young, beautiful, and wonderful. You'll meet your love again. Grandpa, what if I don't? I can't have children. Alex said it wasn't important to him at first. But look, he changed his mind. As soon as there were more interesting prospects on the horizon. Emily took a serious look at Henry Johnson. Listen to me. Believe me, children are the greatest happiness. But if God didn't give them to you, then you're destined for a more important mission. And if that's the case, there will be someone to share your joys and sorrows. The most important thing is not to despair. Did you bring your things? The girl nodded. Yes, I left it in the hallway. It's funny that there are only 2 bags. Can you imagine? Those guys were still standing there to make sure I didn't steal anything. Imagine I would have left everything but my mom's jewelry box. But I don't have time to go shopping right now. It's New Year's Eve. By the way, yes? Grandpa shook his finger. Let's go shopping for a Christmas tree one of these days. We'll put a big one up to the ceiling in the living room. Like we used to, remember? Of course I remember, Grandpa. How could anyone forget our Christmas trees? Emily smiled. Did you still have the old toys? You couldn't throw them away, could you? Are you crazy? Throw them away, you say. It's all plastic and stamped toys on Christmas trees nowadays. We have real antiques. Even the hair my parents used to put on the tree when I was a kid. No, honey. Everything's safe and sound. When's your day off? I have to work tomorrow and the day after that, and then we're all off for the holidays. And after January 5th, I'm going on vacation. So we'll spend a lot of time together. Alex and I were going away. But you see how things turned out. One thing's for sure, I'm not going anywhere. So at least I'll spend the holidays with you. I'll recover, have a good rest, without the constant nervousness. And after the vacation, I think I'll file divorce papers so I don't have to wait. Well, go unpack. Your room's always waiting for you. I haven't even touched anything in there. I just call the cleaning service every once in a while to clean it up. You get a good night's rest and everything will be fine. I love you so much, Grandpa. Emily gave the old man a big hug.
I love you too, granddaughter.
On her last day at work, Emily quickly finished all her work. She was already looking forward to the weekend and vacation. Sarah Thompson was very pleased with the results of her work. So without a shadow of a doubt, she let her ward go on a long vacation. Emily, the gallery owner, came into the office. Have you finished all the catalogs? Of course, Sarah. Emily responded, looking out from behind her computer. All that's left to do is check the catalogs for the vaults, and everything's perfect. I'll leave you to it. I'm going to run some errands. You then give the girls everything and you can rest easy. To congratulate Grandpa on the upcoming holidays, of course. Sarah smiled. Emily spent another hour with the paperwork. Having finished her work, she got ready to drink coffee. Suddenly there was a knock at the office. Come in, Emily shouted. Emily shyly looked at one of the gallery workers. There is someone to see you. A man. He said he was Justin. Justin? The girl thought. Oh yes, Justin, that's right. Tell him I'll be right there. Wow, that's unexpected. Why didn't he even call? Emily thought. Okay, I'll find out. I'm so glad I got this done. At least we can have a normal conversation. I'll just have coffee with him, and invite him to my favorite coffee shop. Emily threw on her fur coat and dashed out of the office. As she walked down the stairs, she caught herself thinking that she was very pleased with Justin's visit. She liked the guy for his directness and sincerity. He was standing near the large mirror downstairs, scrutinizing one of the gallery brochures. Justin. Emily waved her hand at him. Justin looked away and smiled broadly. "What about you? No call." "I must have gotten the number wrong," he shrugged. "I called, and there was some angry man. Good thing you told me where you work. And I caught you. Honestly, it was just luck. Even though I work around here, even if I'd left with nothing, it wouldn't have been such a shame." "Yeah, you're just in time," Emily said, smiling. "I was just finishing up my business, and I was about to have coffee, and you were going to keep me company." "I'd love to," Justin nodded. "Then I have one request." Emily squinted at him. "Anything you want." "Let's not talk about work today. I have a vacation ahead of me, and frankly, I'm so very tired." "That's no problem at all. And I have to work until the holidays. Then I have a week's vacation, and then I'm back in action. I just got back from vacation yesterday, and I'm right back at your place." Emily and Justin sat down in a cozy cafe and ordered drinks and desserts. "It's frosty today," the guy came up to her arm. "It's a stark contrast to Miami. It's a mild European winter there, not like us." "It's all right. On the contrary, I like it. I love winter," the girl replied. "Emily, I've noticed something different about you. You look different, kind of sad. Are you all right? You don't have to answer that. It's an inappropriate question, considering we're almost strangers. But what if there's something I can help you with?" "No, I'm fine," Emily smiled, but something in her smile betrayed a lie. Justin noticed it. "Well, if you don't want to, don't tell me," he nodded. "You know," the girl decided, "I'll tell you. It is believed that it is sometimes useful to speak out, especially to a stranger, so that there was no prejudice to the situation. In general, a couple of days ago I packed my things and left my husband. Or rather, he kicked me out. Almost 5 years of marriage. He said he had another woman he loved and she was expecting a child with him. Well, I did not argue, quite calmly reacted and just left. Now I live with my grandfather. And you know, I even feel better in some ways. That's the way it is." "Wow." Justin shook his head and looked at Emily. "And you say it all so calmly. Women are usually hysterical in these situations." It wasn't all smooth sailing. I was living in an illusion. I just turned a blind eye to a lot of things. And when I left, I saw everything from the outside, and I suffered from my mother-in-law. My grandfather says everything's for the best, but I can hardly believe it. I don't know. I think I should rest now, spend more time with my grandfather. He's in a bad way. Heart failure. His blood pressure dropped a lot recently. He's a very good man. My grandfather's the only one I have. I lost my parents 10 years ago. "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know," Justin said. "That's okay. It was a long time ago. My grandfather basically raised me. He's an antiques dealer, and he instilled in me a taste for art. He lives all alone, with only a nurse to take care of him." "Yes," Emily said. "But it's good that he has you. There are so many lonely old people nowadays with no one to help them." "No, I will never leave my grandfather," said Emily confidently. "Tomorrow we'll go Christmas tree shopping with him. It's probably not very convenient to take a cab, but..." "Let me give you a ride," Justin suggested. "It's my day off tomorrow, too, and I don't have much to do. It would be my pleasure. Besides, it's always nice to meet an interesting person. And your grandfather seems to be one of them, doesn't he?" "Oh yeah, Grandpa's a real piece of work. He always has 1,000 stories to tell. Am I boring you?" "Not at all," said the man. "I'm easy to get along with people. I like to talk." Apparently the interlocutors feel it and willingly reach out to me. "That's right." Emily laughed. "I don't know you at all, and it feels like I've known you for 100 years. I couldn't even talk so freely with my husband, but I still don't feel comfortable asking you to come with us to get the tree." "Where's it going?" "In the cabin. On the roof, only if you mess up the car. We usually get a huge tree. Don't you worry about that at all? I'm just trying to reassure Emily's boyfriend. I have a pickup truck. I can fit a Christmas tree in the back of it." "Okay," Emily sighed. "That's a deal. But I have a question." "Go ahead." Are you sure this won't hurt your plans? You probably have a family, Justin. I'd rather spend time with them than with a woman I don't know and her grandfather. I don't have any family. I mean, I have my parents and my sister, but they live in other cities. My parents went south about 5 years ago, my sister to New York. I'm all alone out here. No girlfriend? Emily asked disappointedly, trying not to betray her feelings. Justin almost smiled. The cat is worse than any girl. She's very jealous and demanding. But I love her like that. I can't help it. Oh, a cat. Emily laughed, and I was already thinking. And what? Did you have to get married? Upset? You bet I was. Emily blushed. Why would you be? I don't know, he winked at her. You'll forgive me for being frank, but I think you really like me. I'm good at sensing these things. Emily turned red and looked down at him. No, Emily, no, you don't have to be embarrassed about it. I like you very much, too. From the very first time I met you, I was so sorry I didn't ask for your number, even though you wouldn't have given it to me. Married after all? I'm still married, Emily replied quietly. Considering how mean your husband was to you, you can't call it a marriage. Tell me you're not going to file for divorce. I will, Emily exhaled. Grandpa's in a hurry, too. But I want to recover first. I'll do it after vacation. I can set you up with a very good lawyer. No, I don't think you'll need one. We have no property in common, no children. Why no children? Justin frowned. No, I'm sorry to be tactless, but in this situation it's a good thing we don't have any. It's just that there's a baby fever now. People have a baby almost immediately after marriage. You seem like a well-off girl. I'm sure your husband doesn't need either. Now that we're being honest with you, I'll tell it like it is. I can't have children. We wanted to have kids, but it didn't work out. Alex accepted it, but as soon as his mistress got pregnant, he ran away from me. My grandfather says that if fate has ordered it so, we should look for happiness in another direction. He's absolutely right. The main thing now is to find yourself. Once this happens, everything is within my reach, and a child can always be adopted. You can love it no less than your own. What if he's hereditary? You don't give up children for a good life. That's true. But I believe that upbringing and love are crucial. And heredity is something that can be changed. I wonder if I should go. I was very happy to talk to you, but my grandfather was waiting for me. I'll come tomorrow. Just tell me where and when. Can I give you a ride, by the way? I wouldn't mind, Emily answered playfully. Let's make it closer to 3 then. But we have to be there by 6. Grandpa's got homework at school. She didn't even notice how the holidays flew by. She'd grown close to Justin during that time. They went out a lot, talked a lot. At Christmas, her grandfather even invited the guy to visit. He liked Justin very much. Emily, her grandfather, asked her cheerfully as she did her makeup to get ready for the visit. Guest, because this guy is really good. He likes you, I can tell. And your eyes light up at the sight of him. Don't make it up, pouted her granddaughter. We're just friends. It's rare to meet such an interesting and kind person. Tell me they're still friends. Maybe it's true, but I'm not fooled. There's a spark between you two. Why don't you go ahead and get a divorce? I have a feeling Justin's going to propose to you soon. Where are you? We've only known each other a couple weeks. Justin took a good look at Emily. What kind of proposal? And he's a confirmed bachelor. A man is convinced that he doesn't need anyone until he meets a woman he's crazy about. And Justin, by all accounts, has met her. I proposed to my grandmother a month after I met her, he said. I didn't see any reason to wait. We liked each other. We had fun together. The love was such that I couldn't look at anyone else after she died. Grandfather, Emily said, indignantly, things were different in your day. Now we have to live together, get used to each other, understand each other. Without making stuff up. Lana, were you and Alex nagging? We were. What's the point? Everything's the same all the time. It's just the scenery changes. If people really love each other, they don't need to test their feelings. You'll feel it in your heart. You can't go wrong. You think so? Emily frowned. This is where it's supposed to shrink. Henry Johnson tapped his chest. I can feel it." Emily didn't have time to finish her sentence. Henry turned pale and started to fall. "Grandpa." Emily cried out, frightened. "What's wrong? Where are the pills?" Henry slowly slid to the floor. Emily barely had time to pick him up. She dialed the ambulance and then called Justin. "Justin, get over here as soon as you can. Grandpa's sick. He's all white." "Did you call an ambulance?" "Just wait, don't worry, I'm right here. I'll be there in about 10 minutes. Emily frantically rubbed her grandfather's palms together. She found the pills in his breast pocket and put a couple under his tongue, as he usually did. "It's all right, granddaughter," she murmured faintly. "You're going to be all right." Henry fell silent and closed his eyes. The girl sobbed, clutching his hands. When the ambulance arrived, there was nothing that could be done. The paramedic registered the time of death. At the same moment, Justin walked into the apartment, realizing that something terrible had happened. He saw Emily sobbing, trying to push the doctors away from her grandfather, and took her into another room. "Emily," he patted her cheeks. "Just calm down. Now sit here. I'll do everything." At the funeral, Emily could hardly stand on her feet. Some people came up to her one by one to express their condolences, but she answered machine-like, not recognizing anyone around her. Only Justin's warm palm, clutching her own, somehow connected Emily to reality. Henry was buried in the same grave where his daughter and son-in-law had lain for 20 years. For a long time, Emily had been out of sorts, but Justin wasn't about to give her into the clutches of apathy so easily. Remembering her stories, the man almost immediately began taking her to the racetrack. The fresh, frosty air soaked with horse manure, the morning, the smells, and the horses quickly brought the girl to her senses. She even began to smile. The vacation was coming to an end, but Sarah Thompson, seeing how worried her assistant was in no hurry. She told Emily to come back when she felt better. Justin never left the girl's side. He was always telling her stories, cooking her meals. He practically moved into the apartment with her. Emily didn't mind. The guy even brought his cat. Usually reserved with strangers, British cat named Margot immediately fell in love with Emily. She slept at her feet, constantly asking for hands, which caused surprise of the owner. "Wow," Justin laughed. "This madam usually recognizes no one but me. Emily, what's your secret?" "I don't know," she shrugged, looking at the fluffy, black satin fur. "I've never even had a cat. Only a parrot, apparently, feels my grief." "By the way, cats are sensitive," Justin nodded. "And I see your companionship is doing you good. You make a couple of sandwiches for yourself when you go to feed her. I noticed. Look, your cheeks are even bigger. So Margot, keep up the good work. We've got to get back on the road to life." The cat, as if understanding, began to purr louder than eagles and hypnotized Emily with her huge green eyes. Gradually, things got better. Emily went to work. The hectic activity was a good distraction from Justin's negative thoughts. She felt completely safe. This man was tapping into her soul, something that had previously been dormant, and soon Emily realized that she loved him for real. He finally came to live with her, as Emily refused to move in with him. Every little thing in the apartment was precious to her, and she couldn't let her grandfather's memory get dusty or, worse, trampled on by the tenants or the new owners. It was 6 months later when Emily filed for divorce. She'd forgotten all about Alex, who hadn't even tried to remind her, but had to address the issue as Justin just walked up to her one morning. When the girl was making coffee, got down on one knee and handed her the ring. Emily couldn't believe her eyes. Of course she agreed, because now she couldn't imagine a day of her life without Justin. But the formalities had to be settled. At the same time, the girl entered the rights of inheritance. When the notary announced the will, the hairs on Emily's head stood up. She had no idea that her grandfather owned such a huge fortune. The will left her both apartments, the entire collection of valuables, and an astronomical amount of money from the bank account. It turned out that Henry had been saving money all his life, spending almost nothing on himself. In total shock, Emily walked out of the notary's office. Her fiancé was waiting for her in the car. "Well?" He smiled at the bride. "I don't even know how to say it. Of course, I knew that my grandfather was quite a rich man, but to be so. Look at this." She handed the guy a folder, "and I am now, it turns out, an enviable bride." "Wow," the boy whistled, examining the papers. "And what do you plan to do with such a fortune?" "I don't know," Emily shook her head. I don't need anything but an apartment, my grandfather's collection. I don't need that much. I could have enough for my grandchildren. I can't even have children. Don't rush things. Remember that you can always adopt a baby? I can't raise someone else's child just on Emily's side. I've thought about it, but then we could do something charitable. I think Henry Johnson would be very proud of you and would be glad that his capital would go to a good cause. Well, yes, Emily thought. Only I don't know anything about it. Oh, Emily, if you want to, you'll figure it out. It's not hard. That's true, too. 3 days later, the doorbell rang in the apartment. Emily was alone. Justin had left on business. That's strange, the girl thought. I'm not expecting anyone. I wonder who's there. She went to the door and looked through the peephole. Almost immediately, Emily recoiled, realizing who was standing on the other side. "What do you want?" she said in a chilling voice. "Emily, please open the door. We need to talk," Alex answered. "We have nothing to talk about," Emily grinned. "The papers are filed. Divorce. I'll see you in court in a month." "Emily," shouted her husband. "This is very important. We won't take up much of your time." Emily thought she didn't want to see her husband and mother-in-law at all. She had no idea what they wanted to talk about, but she decided to open the door. Well, she began invitingly. "What's so important?" "Aren't you going to let us in?" Cynthia Lewis asked. "No, I don't think so." "Say what you want to say and go." "Why are you so quick to chase us away?" "We're not strangers, after all," said Alex. "You're wrong, dear," laughed the girl. "We are strangers. Why did you come here?" Emily, Alex began, eyes downcast, "and we wanted to apologize." "Yes, to apologize," repeated the mother-in-law. "For what?" Emily was surprised. "We have all our issues resolved. There's nothing to talk about. It's over and done with." "Emily, you don't understand. I want you to come back to me." What the girl opened her mouth in surprise. "What do you want me to do? You didn't get anything mixed up, did you? After what happened? What about your Nikki?" "I realize that I love only you." Emily, Alex reached out to her. "Nikki was a mistake. I've rethought everything. I can't live without you. Please, I'm sorry." "What about the baby?" Emily faltered. "That witch got another witch pregnant." Love interfered. "She's been playing Alex for a fool. You know, you have to be like that. When the baby was born, I thought it was weird that he looked nothing like Alex. So I insisted on a genetic test. The paternity test was the eye-opener. Turns out Alex couldn't possibly have kids. And I kept blaming you. I'm sorry, Emily." "Oh, that's it. Oh, okay, what does this have to do with me?" Well, Alex was confused. "And I realized how stupid I've been. I don't know how to make it up to you, but I'd do anything. We also heard that Henry Johnson passed away 6 months ago. Sorry it's late, but we're sorry for your loss." The mother-in-law spoke in a sugary sweet voice. It even seemed odd to be so involved. Her grandfather had never liked her mother-in-law, and Alex didn't like him much either. They constantly asked Emily to take money from him, but the girl did not even think about it. And then it hit her. It's a very strange coincidence that you're here right now. Grandfather's death had been known for a long time. He was a well-known man in town. You must have heard about it, but you've only come now. You could have at least called 6 months ago. Sly, with a squint. But I also know something else. The notary who read my grandfather's will to me is a good friend of yours. A family friend, you might say. I didn't realize. I bet he called you right away and told you that I had become the owner of a huge fortune. Isn't that right? Don't play games. I can see right through you. Are you mistaken?" Cynthia was indignant. "I can see in your eyes that I'm not mistaken. All of you, get out of here and forget about it. I have a new life now. You can live yours however you want. And Alex, don't make up any of this stuff. The inheritance is not our property, even though I received it while I was still married. That's the law. Now goodbye." Emily slammed the door shut with a bang. Her heart was pounding desperately. But the girl felt unusually relieved, and immediately a warm wave began to rise in her stomach. Emily didn't immediately realize she was nauseous, and she barely made it to the bathroom in time. What is it? Nervous from excitement, she thought. Their health has been blown away. They'll know how to hurt others. Grandfather was right. Their betrayal has boomeranged back on them. Who'd have thought it? They had the nerve to show up. I'm shocked at these people. Thank God the divorce won't take long, just a month. And freedom. Emily began to vomit again. This time the girl was terrified. This had never happened to her before. In addition, her breasts were hurting badly. The thoughts in her head raced through at breakneck speed. Alex can't have children. Even Cynthia Lewis was guilty of treating me like that, thinking I was infertile. Of a woman's days, I haven't had one in a long time. I thought it was all the nerves. And now I'm nauseous. What if? Emily dressed quickly, threw on her jacket, and ran outside. She rushed to the nearest drugstore and bought what she needed, then took a pregnancy test at home. The minutes of waiting dragged on endlessly. Finally, the test showed the result. First one bright pink line, followed by another, a little paler. Emily took the test with trembling hands and stared at it for a long time. Really, she said aloud. It's a mistake. But in her heart, she knew there was no mistake. All these years she had lived in the certainty that she could not have children. And the reason, it turns out, was not her. It was the doctors. They all said there was nothing to be done. And analyzers in front of her face waved that the probability of conception is 0. It was a lie, a terrible misunderstanding, a ridiculous mistake. No one had even bothered to check that something was wrong with Alex. Emily frantically grabbed the phone. Her hands were shaking and wouldn't listen. She calmed down and wanted to dial Justin, but changed her mind. She turned on the camera, took a picture of the test, and just sent it to her favorite person. She didn't wait for a response. She already knew everything would be fine. Accidentally overhearing a conversation between her husband and his mistress, Linda decided. Linda screamed and jumped on the stool. The huge gray mouse looked carefully at the woman with its black eyes and, as if nothing had happened, went towards the plinth under the windowsill. The mouse disappeared into some invisible crevice. "Mum, why are you shouting?" Came a voice from the corridor. "Mia," Linda said, laughing as she climbed down to the floor. "And we're not the only people here." "What do you mean?" A sleepy, disheveled teenage girl in a wide pink t-shirt appeared in the doorway. "She's hiding." Linda nodded toward the windowsill. She seemed to have a well-established route. "A mouse," Mia said, as if in disbelief. "Where would it come from? A new home." "I'd understand if we'd moved into a holler." "Mom, maybe you're imagining things. You haven't slept much, have you?" "Well," Linda laughed. "Maybe you've never seen mice, only mice in cages. I grew up in the country. There was a lot of this stuff there. I'm sure I wouldn't confuse it with anything else. Still, it's strange. Where did it come from?" "Economical housing?" My daughter grumbled skeptically. "From the ventilation, I suppose. They haven't installed the extractor yet. It must have come out of that hole over there. We should call a pest control service right away." "Don't you feel sorry for the mouse?" Mother frowned. "It's so small." "Where there's a mouse, there's a pack of mice." Mia wagged her finger. "Mum, you're like a little girl. You always feel sorry for everyone. It's not a house mouse, it's a real pest. If we let it in, it'll eat everything." "Yes, you're right." My daughter, the woman, shook her head. "Maybe we'd better get a cat. We'll get rid of it naturally, so to speak." "I don't know, Dad won't like it." "You know he's had a thing for cats since childhood, don't you?" "I used to ask him for a kitten when I was little. And if he was allergic or something, he just didn't like them. I'd get one. It's more fun with a cat. I'm alone at home all day." "Do you go to school or out with your friends?" "Dad's at work. Isabella only comes round when she wants to chat. Lately she's disappeared. She doesn't even answer messages. Aunt Isabella's a real piece of work. I don't even know why you hang out with her. She's mean. And I think she's making eyes at Daddy." Mia sat down at the table with her arms crossed over her chest. "Come on, Isabella's fine. I've been friends with her since we were in high school. Yeah, she's got a bit of a temper, of course. Dad thinks she's a bitch. I'm the only one who knows her well. She's miserable. She's so beautiful, smart, but her love life is a failure. I feel sorry for her." "You always feel sorry for everyone. Aunt Isabella is a real bitch. Her life doesn't work out because everyone else is bad. but because she has too many expectations. She doesn't think of men as people, she just takes money from them. She's an arrogant fool. Mia, you can't talk about people like that. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with that? You're the one with the rose-colored glasses, aren't you? I'm telling you, look at your girlfriend or she'll steal our dad. What's she care? She'll play with it and throw it away and ruin our family. Mia, don't be daft. Michael would never even look at Isabella. I mean, how could you think Dad would do something like that? We've been together for 14 years. I never thought he'd even consider another woman, much less my mate. Men don't think with their heads, and Aunt Isabella is a master manipulator. Okay, let's drop it. I just want you to know that she's flirting with him. I've seen it myself, and a woman can't hide it. You're a woman. Come on, let's have breakfast, cause the tea's gone cold while we're talking about that Brazilian soap opera. I don't have to be at school till 12 today, Mia said as she took a bite of her sandwich. Mrs. Brown's taking us to the museum today. Oh yeah? You didn't even say anything about a field trip. Do you need any money? Yeah, I've got some. Dad gave it to me yesterday, I forgot to tell you. You always do. Linda looked at her daughter reproachfully. You didn't forget to tell me about Aunt Isabella, but about the museum. Where are you going? Yes, the local history museum. There's some new exhibit there. How will the little ones take us? At least I'll get to hang out with Oscar. He's obsessed with all that stuff. He's such a nerd. He'll never come to school. He's all about his studies. Oscar is a very nice boy. I've known his mom for a long time. She's a nice, intelligent woman. I thought he was going to study archaeology. He's right to study. You've got a lot on your mind right now. You're all smart, advanced, supposedly knowledgeable about life, but in reality, it's all entertainment and the cult of video clips. You should do your homework too. You got a C in physics. Why? You've always been so clever and keen to learn. It was Mr. Smith. He gave everyone a C. It was just a mood. Mia, you're not everyone. You always have to be a cut above the rest. It's just a teacher in a bad mood. I know you're Mr. Smith, he's a bastard. But you've got to be able to find a way to get along. You can't get along with him, Mum. He made Olivia cry, too. He said people like her can't take in information. They can only bat their eyelashes. And he started telling her something about waves, that she was flapping her eyelashes and didn't even know what kind of vibrations she was creating. Well, of course. Okay, it's up to you, but fix your grades. You probably hate getting C's yourself. And Oscar? Don't overdo it, or you'll embarrass the boy, you perky girl. It's all right, Mum. Mia wrinkled her nose. Are we having a housewarming party this weekend? Of course, I've already invited the guests. Tomorrow we just need to install the extractor fan to make the kitchen look nice. It's not proper to welcome guests like this. At least stay with us for an hour, or you'll go out again. I will. Mia kissed her mother on the cheek and headed for the exit. Thanks for breakfast. Linda was shelving books and figurines. She didn't like the new flat, but she had to move. They used to live in the center, in a spacious Stalinist building overlooking the river. But life had turned out so that Michael had run up large debts. Business was going badly, and the sale of an expensive and oversized flat of 4 rooms was a forced measure. The new one-bedroom was in a new building on the outskirts. The place was quite quiet and decent. There was a forest park nearby. From the balcony on the 13th floor, there was a magnificent view of the city, especially in the evenings when the lights were on. Yes, and it was closer to Mia's school from here. One car had to be sold too, but Linda didn't drive much, so she parted with it without regret. But now Michael was doing better. He managed to pay off the loan and get rid of the headache of calls from creditors. I have to do something about my job, Linda thought. My remote work, of course, brings income, but it's not enough. Especially with Michael, it's unclear what's going on. He's been ripped off by his partner, robbed, you might say. Well, at least the debts have been sorted out, and the suppliers are showing off they've raised their prices. If it goes on like this, I'll have to close the business, and we'll both have to go to the factory. And Mia's at an age where money is like water. It's like water. Where am I going to go? Since I left the office, I'm not used to dealing with people. All I know how to do is make estimates. But I need customers. As long as I've been working remotely, I've been working with the same ones. It's not like I'm on a notice board offering my services. I know that an estimator can become a millionaire, but I'm not at that level. And I don't want to abandon the house. Well, I'll think about it at my leisure. In the meantime, I've got to call Isabella to see if she's coming on Saturday. Mia does talk such rubbish. Yeah, Isabella's gonna make eyes at Michael. I don't know what she's thinking. Objectively speaking, my girlfriend's a money hound. Ever since she was young, she's never been much for feelings. It's just the way she is. But Michael's not much to take. I don't believe she's in love with him. No way. I'd rather see that mouse go into space. That's more likely. Michael, of course, a good man, but objectively not handsome and boring. But as a husband and father, he's completely fulfilled. Mia loves us a lot because of his failures, worries not because of ambition, and that we will be worse off. He's kind. Linda dialed her friend's number. Hello? Isabella's voice came through. I hear you're in a good mood. Linda laughed into the receiver. Oh, Linda, I was just thinking about you. What's up? How's the housewarming party going? Can you believe I saw a mouse in the kitchen today? What, a mouse? Did Mia bring it in? No, a real mouse. It must have crawled out of the vent. We'll put the extractor fan on tomorrow. I hope we don't get any more visitors like that. I'm just sorting out my things. You like it there? After the choir in the center, it must be uncomfortable. Yes, it's bearable, Isabella. You can get used to anything. It's all about having a roof over your head. And my daughter has her own room. We're not posh, of course, but it's decent enough. Quiet courtyard, parking, children's playground. The view is beautiful, and I can't hear the neighbors, so it's fine. You'll see for yourself on Saturday. You're coming, right? Where would I go? Isabella laughed. Can I bring you anything? Yes, I've got everything. Don't be ridiculous. We're not impoverished, but just temporarily lowered the standard of living. Oh, Linda. We'll get through this. Thank you, Isabella. I love you so much. My family may be skeptical about you, but they're wrong. Let them think what they want. What do I care? You're my friend, and I don't criticize your daughter's friends. I'm sure there's some pretty good ones out there. And you shouldn't listen to Michael. He understands a lot about people. He worshipped Arnold, thought he was his friend. And what did he end up with? A multi-million-dollar debt and a ruined business. Now you're looking for Arnold. You're right, aren't you? God, Isabella, why are you always right? Life has taught me. I can see right through people. You know, I've been with all kinds of people. Now I don't care about anyone at all. I wondered if I love myself. What do you love? Not a damn thing. I've been running away from myself all my life. I'm 30 years old with a big tail. What have I got? Emptiness, pain, and a box full of gifts from different men. It's not fulfilling. You need a child, Isabella. You think about it, where to give birth to a child in this crazy world. And there's no man. Not from the Holy Ghost. Well, that's no problem at all. You can find a donor. It's not like we're building a relationship or go to a specialized center. It's a popular trend these days. No, I can't do that, Linda. I have to do it for love. Oh, don't be ridiculous. You still believe in love. Like you said, you're well past 30. You don't have to worry about love anymore. Michael and I never really had much love. But that doesn't stop us from appreciating and respecting each other. And I've never been greedy for romance. Well, I'm not you, Linda. My feelings always come first. Right? Linda grinned to herself. Money comes first. You've got someone to take advantage of. Love of money, to be more precise. It's up to you, she continued aloud. But don't let that train get away. I'm glad I had Mia early, but now she's big, and I'm not old yet, and I can live a little longer. Isn't that right? But I can't do that anyway. And all those nappies, all those nappy things, I'll have to revise them all my life. And I don't want to go round hospitals looking like a tortured man, wiping the floor looking for a doctor to help me conceive. You don't think it'll work without IVF? Isabella, 35 is not 45. Can you still get pregnant on your own? Let's leave this topic, it's boring, Isabella laughed. Anyway, wait for me on Saturday. Okay, it's a deal, Linda smiled and said goodbye. The guests were sitting at the table in the room that served both as a living room and a bedroom. Linda, responding to the back of the sofa, laughed merrily as she told her mates about the mouse marching briskly through their kitchen. Mia, in the company of her friend Mary, was showing an older couple, friends of the family, the view from the balcony. They were having fun, and some of them were even trying to dance to the jazz playing from the speakers. Linda noticed that the bottles of wine on the table were empty and went to the kitchen to get more. Michael walked towards her. The man was already quite drunk. "Michael, I wondered where you'd disappeared to," Linda exclaimed. "No sign of Isabella either." "Your girlfriend's in the kitchen. We were talking to her." "Did you two have another clash of opinions?" "Not at all." Isabella's gaunt figure appeared behind her husband. "We had a very nice chat. I confess I underestimated your husband, Linda. I always thought he was such a stale, narrow-minded wimp. Turns out Michael just doesn't know how to relax. A couple of glasses of wine can loosen his tongue. I can see why you married him. He can make you laugh, and he can keep the dialogue flowing. What is it about you? I wonder such a conversation," surprised Linda. She herself and her husband rarely talked about interesting topics. Usually all the conversations were about everyday life, her daughter, another purchase or discussion of watched episodes of some TV series. "So, about various things," Isabella answered vaguely. "Love." Michael purred. "Love?" Linda interjected. "Yes," Isabella nodded, not letting Michael answer. "He loves you, it turns out. I always thought your marriage was a marriage of honor. No offense, Linda. You never know from the outside what's going on. Household, work, teenage daughter. You don't go out to restaurants, you don't even go out together. Where's the romance?" "What romance, Isabella? We've been married for so many years." "How many years?" Michael perked up, leaning against the wall. "What does time matter? You're wrong, Linda. There should always be room for romance bouquets, Candy." "Really?" The wife looked closely at her husband. "Why don't you show it in any way? Flowers only on the 8th of March. Candy usually yourself all and eat." "Linda, do not wind up," held her friend. "And you, Michael, go to the guests, because they are bored without you." "That's right, I wanted to show Mr. Wilson the new tools," the man blinked. "Go on then. Or Mr. Wilson has already lost you." For some reason, Lyda was very angry with her husband. When Michael left, Isabella looked her friend straight in the eye. "Linda, what are you doing? You just jumped on your husband out of nowhere." "Isabella, what is he saying that's so hurtful?" "Hey mate, he's drunk. Why are you listening to him? Do you want flowers?" "What flowers?" "No. What does flowers have to do with anything? He's just saying you can't have romance without romance. I wish you'd do something about it. You say he loves me, but I don't feel it. I mean, it shouldn't be weird. I mean, we got married more out of convenience than anything else. No, of course we had feelings, but we both needed a stamp in our passports. My mom pressed me, and he was told at work that he'd be promoted, that family men were preferred. And since we had been friends for a long time, we decided to make a fake marriage. And then we realized we were good together, comfortable and fun. Mia was born. Linda, you should be happy. What is love anyway? You know how many people get married for love and then run away from each other after a year. You have stability, a union based on respect. To me, that's worth a lot. Although I myself would only marry for love. I can't do otherwise. What's wrong with me? Linda suddenly took offense. I too, maybe want to be carried in my arms, showered with compliments, kissed tenderly, and not as a duty officer, taking a shift. You're so interesting, Linda. Isabella was indignant. You should marry for love. What's the problem? What you sow is what you reap. Have you forgotten? It's silly to expect a man who's just a friend to love you. And you love him too, by the way. Don't tell me now that Michael makes you feel passionate. Well, Linda said uncertainly. I guess you're right. I love Michael, but not as a man, more as a family member. A husband, not a lover. I don't mean that in a bad way. I only sleep with him once a month, and that's out of obligation. I feel that he is not much attracted to me. And I do not feel much desire myself. Maybe Isabella squinted. Don't get me wrong, Linda. Maybe you should find another man. What are you talking about? The woman darted her eyes at her friend. Why do you say that? We have a family. It's not like I'm some kind of... It's cheating. Don't shout like that. Isabella put her hand on Linda's shoulder. Why is it cheating? Cheating is when you love someone, you're devoted to them, and then you stumble, and that's it. What about you? You live like this, Linda. You'll die before you even know what love is. And a woman only reveals herself when she feels loved. Stop living like a robot. What makes you happy? Me? Linda thought. Mia. Your Mia is already a big horse. You wait a couple more years, she won't even call you. She'll fly out of the nest. What are you going to do then? Unloved husband. Loneliness, boring work, old age creeping up on you. Why do you say such scary things? Well, isn't it true? Well, isn't it true? I know what I'm talking about, Linda. I'm 35, just like you. The only difference is that I don't have a husband or kids. I do have a good job and I love it. But that's not going to last forever. And the fact that I don't have any luck with men. You know, yes, none of them ever made me married, but for the time I was with each of them, I felt really happy. For a woman, it's synonymous loved and happy. There's no other way to put it. You know, I'll keep looking for men like that, not trying to get them to marry me. And then, when I will be 60 years old, I will find some quiet grandfather, and I will live differently, simply, calmly and measured. Although nowadays, even at 60, ladies can be so hot. Did you see Miss Argentina? Isabella, I will never accuse you or try to change your mind. Your views and beliefs, your lifestyle, it's all yours. I respect your choice, but I can't do it myself. I don't know if it's my upbringing or my morals. And if Michael found out and Mia found out, it would be a nightmare. I can't let my family down for my own amusement. You're a fool, Linda. You're just going to feel guilty in your old age for sticking to your stupid principles. Well, that's up to you. I'm not going to persuade you. I respect your opinion as much as you do, even if it doesn't agree with mine. Let's go to the guests. You went to get the wine. There's still a couple of bottles left. Let's get it. Lita was holding her smartphone with the app shop open. Her thumb was already hovering over the button install, but the woman still did not dare. Almost 5 months had passed since the housewarming conversation with her friend. And although Linda immediately dismissed the idea of cheating, her relationship with Michael was only getting worse. Mia went on holiday to a language camp. She didn't really want to go there, but when the girl found out that Oscar was going there, she immediately began to process her parents. Michael flatly refused to pay. The money was really very little. But seeing her daughter's upset face, Linda pulled a plastic card out of the cupboard and gave it to Mia. It contained enough money to pay for the camping trip, the road and pocket money. Mia was overjoyed. Her father only grumbled grudgingly, saying that the money would have been better invested in business. Linda hummed and said that the amount was ridiculous for a business, but it would make the child happy. And there was nothing to talk about. Linda didn't like her husband's reaction at all. He'd never denied Mia anything before. He adored his daughter. But lately something had changed. Linda couldn't figure out what it was. Only her husband's company came out of the minus and began to slowly recover, as the money at home became even less. Michael explained it by the fact that every penny invested in the business and should tighten their belts. He stopped giving his daughter pocket money. Linda had to cut out of her own salary, but recently there were not so many orders. The last straw was when Michael didn't come home. The man stayed at work to check some reports. Linda called her husband to find out what to cook for dinner, and in response she heard a scolding and an insistent request not to interfere with him. That evening the woman sat at her desk and thought she was miserable. Isabella was right on all counts. When a woman is unloved, nothing brings her joy. Normally Mia would dampen that feeling of loneliness by reminding Linda that she was a mother and loved by her child. But Mia was far away, and she was to spend the next fortnight abroad. Linda thought long and hard and finally decided to install a dating app for herself. Her conscience tormented her a lot, but the desire to experience a strong feeling was drawing her in, and it was getting harder and harder to control herself. Realizing that she couldn't handle it, the woman still clicked the install button. The interface was quite simple. Linda had never used anything like it, but she figured it out quickly. She uploaded a couple of photos of herself, filled out a form. The likes came pouring in. The woman began to study the candidates. Mostly guests from the East and young boys wrote. She didn't want to answer them at all. Moreover, most of the proposals were quite vulgar. and even frankly obscene. Linda quickly got bored and put the phone away. Before going to bed, she went back to the app. More than 100 messages had accumulated. Lita flipped through the list, sometimes even replied. And then one man caught her eye. His face seemed vaguely familiar. The woman immediately began to go through the memory of all the acquaintances, matching the age and name, but no one came to mind. Still, she decided to answer. The guy was called Ethan, a simple American name, a simple face with huge blue eyes. Linda liked him immediately. The man was a little older. He was pleasant and delicate in communication. He didn't ask for photos, didn't throw his own. He simply offered to meet and get acquainted in person, to understand at once whether it was necessary to continue communication, rather than to drag the rubber with endless messages. And Linda agreed. Yes, she was embarrassed in front of her husband and daughter, but she hadn't done anything about it yet. The meeting at the coffee shop seemed harmless enough. After all, no one was forcing her to continue that interaction. Maybe Ethan would be a good friend too. But deep down, Linda realized that she really liked this man. It seemed that they had known and understood each other for a long time. The meeting was scheduled for the next day. Linda chose a place that was far from home and where neither she nor Michael ever went. The woman couldn't sleep until almost morning. She tossed and turned for a long time, her head hot, curiosity and conscience arguing. Finally, she passed out. The alarm clock beeped demandingly, forcing Linda to get up sooner. The woman rose, writhing unhappily. There was the sound of water running from the bathroom. "What's that?" She shuddered. Had Michael returned? Lita got up, threw on a dressing gown and went into the corridor. Her husband's shoes stood in the hallway. On the banquette settled his briefcase. The woman walked to the kitchen to quickly prepare breakfast. She fried eggs and boiled coffee. "Smells good." Michael appeared in the doorway, wiping his wet hair with a towel. "I thought you'd never come back." Somehow hopelessly said the wife. "Yes, I just had to wash up and have breakfast." Michael kissed Linda on the cheek. "I've been sitting up all night. My head is spinning. I'd give half a kingdom for a coffee right now, and all I get at the office is instant. You have no idea what's going on with the paperwork in there. And we have an audit coming up. The accountant who came in with Arnold, she's got my hair all over the place. I'm going again. You sit down to breakfast." Linda pulled away. The unfortunate conscience pricked her heart, and the woman was ready to give up meeting with Ethan. Looking at her husband, so tired and indignant at the same time, she only wanted to take care of him, to prepare dinner and meet him in the evening, as she always did. Michael ate hastily and packed quickly. When he left, Linda picked up her phone to text Ethan and cancel the meeting, but there was already a message waiting for her, which abruptly changed her plans. "Hi, beautiful. I would like to write poems to make your awakening pleasant, but alas, I'm not a poet, so I'll just wish you a good morning and the most pleasant experience. I hope that no evil forces will interfere with our meeting." Linda was very pleased to read this. She hadn't heard anything like that in a long time. She'd hardly heard anything like that in a long time. The words, though printed in a soulless application, seemed sincere and radiated some warmth. Linda hesitated, but decided to reply that everything was in order. By noon she was ready, had done a light makeup, and had not gone too far with her outfit. The woman threw on a light floral dress, let her hair down and shoved her feet into simple beige sandals. Placing her sunglasses on the bridge of her nose, she hailed a taxi and drove to the meeting place. Ethan was waiting for her in a half-empty cafe, sitting on a velvet quilted sofa. When the man stood up to greet Linda, she even whistled. The guy was about 2 meters tall and very well built. He was about 2 meters tall and very well built. He had muscles under his shirt that the thin fabric couldn't hide. "Hi." Ethan smiled broadly, hugging Linda. The woman immediately noticed that the perfume of her new acquaintance was very expensive, multifaceted and amazing. "Hi." Linda smiled back. "To be honest, I didn't believe you were coming until the last minute," the guy admitted. "It was hard to understand in my head what such a woman forgot on this site. I have not registered so long ago, but I have already had time to study the contingent." Yeah, Linda grinned. "And what kind of contingent is that?" "A symbol maker, divorcees with a trailer, as they like to call it nowadays, who try to place their girls from Central Asian guests with someone better, desperate women in years." Yeah, lots of them. Who are you looking for, if it's no secret? Lida studied the menu thoughtfully, glancing at Ethan with one eye. What if I'm a dishwasher or a divorcee too? No, Linda. You're definitely not a dishwasher, I can tell. And you didn't pick the most expensive cafe. They usually want the best restaurant in town. I went on a date with one of them, and I almost maxed out my credit card. I'm not ready to be a sponsor. The thought of a relationship for money disgusts me. I'm divorced myself. I just need a man with a soul, who will listen to my whining, stroke my head, and say that everything will be fine. It motivates me a lot. If you even have a kid, that's okay, I'm willing to accept. I don't have my own, but I've always wanted one. My wife was a real piece of work. All she thought about was looks and money. I don't know how I got married, but my parents insisted. All they wanted was grandchildren. So I went along with it. Anne didn't want kids at all. In the end, she's off to Dubai to live with some Arab. I never really had much love for her. She had her good moments, so I'm grateful to her. You are? To be honest, I don't know what I want. I don't want to lead you on. I'm married. I've been married to my husband for almost 15 years. We have a daughter, Mia. Lately, I've realized I don't feel anything for Michael, and neither does he for me. We didn't marry for love, we just wanted to support each other. Over time, feelings did not develop. Just as friends, we live as relatives, good acquaintances. So I decided to register in the app. I didn't think it would come to a meeting, especially so quickly. But don't think I'm a cheater or a traitor, although my conscience is eating me up. It's all Isabella's fault, my friend. She put the idea into my head a few months ago. I didn't see it that way then. I realize now that Michael's been a real pain in the arse. Isabella told me that a woman without love is unhappy. And you immediately decided to look for love on a dating site? Ethan laughed. No, I do not think you are some bad. 1,000 women are unhappy in marriage. Someone is beaten, someone is humiliated, not appreciated, and everyone is not loved. I agree with your friend, but the same thing happens to men. It is from the outside we are so tough, independent, and unapproachable, but in the heart of all want this love, at least understanding. But even that is often unattainable. I registered myself because I realize I can't go on living like this. And I see how your face reflects everything inside. I'm not pulling you into bed, just chatting. Finding a soulmate is a breakthrough. Sometimes you just want to talk to someone warm and bright, and there's no one to talk to. Thank you for understanding me and not criticizing me. I'm sick of it. It's a mental emptiness. I realized at 35 that I'd never been in love, and I couldn't tell anyone what was going on inside me. Mia wouldn't understand me, she's young. Isabella, we're too different. Michael, when his business started to fail, he shut down. He won't even listen to me. It's all about money. Money, money, money in his mind and in his conversation. You work by yourself? Yes, but at home. I'm an estimator. The orders are stable, but I don't make much money. Especially after the sale of the flat, I've had to tighten my belt. I paid for a trip to a language camp. It took my whole stash. But I can't deprive my child of joy, especially when she has her first love there. And the boy went. His father flatly refused to sponsor the trip, and I couldn't stand to see her cry. You did the right thing. Especially when you're a teenager, you don't want to disappoint a child who loses faith in her parents. Mia's not like that. She and I are very close, but there's still a generational conflict. What do you do? Me? Ethan squinted. I have my own flower business. You have seen, probably around the city shops fan. Are they yours? Surprised Linda. Yes. And by the way, I completely forgot. Ethan nodded to the waiter who brought their order. In a minute, the boy brought a huge bouquet of pink peonies of a wonderful color, which Linda had never even seen before. Sorry, I asked the guys to put them in water. Wow. These are for me. Linda was genuinely surprised, inhaling the fragrance of the flowers. How beautiful. I've only seen them in pictures. Don't tell me that your husband doesn't give you flowers. Squinted Ethan. Only duty bouquets on the 8th of March and birthday. Somehow we got it that way. By the way, it was because of flowers, and I thought that in my life something wrong. Michael said himself, there's no romance. Who's supposed to create it? Me? That's not a fair game. If you want, I could send you flowers every day. Just like that. Although Michael probably wouldn't understand that. No, he wouldn't. I'd love to get flowers like that, but I don't know how to explain it to him, but I'll take it. Don't worry. I'll think of something. I love peonies. I'm glad I pleased you. Smiled the man. By the way, do you want to go for a walk after the cafe? Maybe to the seafront? I've never been there since the renovation, but I used to walk there a lot. I'd love to. Linda nodded. You can see my old flat from there, by the way. We lived by the river, and I used to walk there with Mia. I haven't been since we moved. That's great. Linda looked with admiration at the bouquet, which she placed in a vase on the dresser. Michael believed her fiction that the flowers had been sent by a customer as a token of gratitude for 5 years of cooperation. Linda breathed a sigh of relief. She was already ready to listen to a profanity-laced stream of words, but she got around it. Ethan did not go out of her head. During the walk, Linda had become convinced that this man was not only comfortable to be around, but also had a lot to talk about. He could support any topic, even her boring estimates. And in general, all communication was as if they had known each other for 1,000 years. At first, Linda even thought they had, because Ethan still seemed familiar to her. But she couldn't have known him. The man had been born in another city and had moved here when Linda was already married. Perhaps his face had just appeared in the business bulletins around town, because Ethan's shops were quite popular. As she made herself more comfortable in the bed, Linda fell asleep. Michael was snoring away from her by then. In the morning, she heard the doorbell ring. The door was opened by Michael. He was already awake and cooking something in the kitchen. Lida was in no hurry to get up. She only heard someone come in. Did someone come to Michael's house? She thought through sleep. If it was for me, he would have called me. All right, I'll sleep a little longer. But the dream had passed. Linda reluctantly got out of bed, threw on some clothes, and quietly left the room. In the hallway, she immediately saw the familiar shoes. They were Isabella's. Linda was embarrassed. So she's the one who came. Why didn't Michael call me? Where are they? Linda froze and listened. There were quiet voices coming from the kitchen. The door was closed. The woman was surprised, but then she thought she just didn't want to be woken up. If Isabella wasn't in a hurry, she could have waited for her friend to get up. Except that she rarely came in without calling. That made Linda a little wary. Immediately, the thought that something was wrong popped into her head. Linda tiptoed to the door to hear what the conversation was about. It wasn't her habit to eavesdrop, but curiosity got the better of her. When are you going to tell her? Isabella's voice was quiet but excited. Apparently, she was pacing the kitchen. Isabella, don't rush things. I'm thinking, but I don't know how. I don't want to traumatize her. Linda's a dear person to me, after all. Dear? When you put the baby in me, did it bother you at all? You can see my belly soon enough. How am I supposed to explain all this? I may have been mean to Linda by sleeping with you, but I don't want to cheat on her any further. Calm down. I'll think of something. In fact, why don't you just tell her you've had artificial insemination? You guys had a conversation about it once. What if the baby looks like you? Do I have to tell her that you're a noble donor? Don't be ridiculous. You have to come clean. Isabella, she'll kick me out in a heartbeat. I don't want to leave at all. I'm comfortable here. I don't love my wife as a woman, but I respect her. We have a daughter. Mia will hate me. He respects her. Who's been whispering things in my ear, burning with desire? Is that how you respect your wife? I'm sorry, I've never been married, so I might not know something. Don't be sarcastic. We were both wrong. Yes, I like you a lot, more than I like you. But I'm not ready to leave my family. I'll give you money for the baby. Don't worry about it. I've given so much already. I can't even give Mia pocket money. But you're welcome. But don't pressurize me, otherwise I'll just say that you've made it all up for your own purposes and then don't count on anything at all. Oh, you scared me. Michael, by now we can do a DNA test and prove it's your baby. Don't be ridiculous. What century are we living in? Anyway, it's up to you how you explain this to Linda. If you wait any longer, I'll do it myself. She is such a person, she will forgive you if you confess honestly. The longer we hide it, the worse it will turn out. Linda stood there, trying not to move. What she had heard did not make sense to her. God, she bit her lip and slowly, trying not to make a sound, headed back into the room. So Michael and Isabella were sleeping together. Not only that, but she's pregnant. This is crazy. When did they have time? Always like cat and dog, and now, and anyway. How did Isabella get her hands on Michael? He's not her type. Not at all. What a friend. How could she do that? I can understand Michael. Even now he's admitted he has no feelings for me. But Isabella, I've always trusted her. Even more than I trusted myself. What am I supposed to do now? Should we all raise her together? It's a load of bollocks. On the one hand, I'm happy for Isabella. It'll be good for her. But it's my husband's child, and I can't just stand by and say nothing. What do they expect me to do? Just accept it. They're targeting the wrong person. They think I'm a wuss and a pussy? I'll give them hell. Linda slammed the door noisily to attract attention. She immediately walked towards the kitchen. Michael was waiting for her at the door, a look of surprise mixed with fear on his face. Isabella peered timidly from the table. "Why are you making so much noise?" Michael asked, trying to kiss his wife on the cheek. "Yes, it's a drought," Linda replied grudgingly. "Isabella, what are you doing here? What are you doing here so early? And on your day off?" "Yes, I'm on my way back from a visit," replied sweetly. "I was close. I thought I'd stop by for a morning coffee. And Michael said you were still asleep, so we're just sitting here waiting for you to wake up. You gave us such a fright when you slammed the door. Scared when you have something to hide." Linda grimly decided and headed for the coffee machine. Isabella and Michael looked at each other in surprise. It didn't escape Linda's notice, and neither did Michael's slight squint or the tilt of his head that meant no. "What are you talking about?" he asked his wife. "Yes, they say that, don't they?" Linda laughed. "Why are you both so tense, or are you really hiding something?" "Oh, right. I've got it all figured out." Linda looked at both of them enigmatically. Isabella turned a little pale, and Michael's cheekbones turned jaundiced. "Come on, confess. You want to surprise me for my birthday, don't you? It's only a couple of weeks away. Why didn't I realize?" She laughed. Isabella laughed nervously, and Michael laughed back. "Man, I can never hide anything from you." Isabella said, "We're really going to surprise you." At least she's not lying, Linda thought, staring at her friend. And she's not even ashamed. "It's okay, I'll get you guys." And I blamed myself for starting to talk to Ethan, because hypocrisy is rampant here. And I'm still playing the naive fool. "Isabella, look. You're getting fat," Linda said casually, sitting down next to her friend. "For as long as I can remember, I've always been like a pole, but here my cheeks have grown, and I've even got a belly. You're eating sweets out of nervousness, aren't you?" "You think so?" Isabella clutched her stomach worriedly, and immediately raised her hands to her cheeks. "Not that, it's noticeable. Linda, I thought I was overdoing it. The scales are still broken at home, and it's not clear whether I've got fat or not. But the mirror was telling the truth. Yeah, I started taking pills, and I guess I had a reaction." "What kind of pills?" Linda squinted. "Oh, just some vitamins the doctor prescribed. I've been walking around and I've been getting headaches. She said I'm overworked. I need to boost my immune system. And the vitamins are specific, I guess." "Yeah, it happens." Linda smiled. "I thought you were stressed out and you were doing it. You haven't told me anything lately." "Yeah, I don't have time. I've got a lot of work to do. I'm sorry, Linda." "Okay, guys, thanks for the coffee. I won't interrupt anymore." "Are you leaving already?" Linda was surprised. "We haven't talked in 5 minutes." "Yeah, it's time to go home. But Michael and I have also settled our big question." Isabella looked at Michael reproachfully. "It's not a good surprise, but we'll do it anyway. You don't know what we've cooked up anyway." When Isabella left, Linda thought for a long time about what to do. She wanted to teach her unfaithful husband and friend a lesson, but she couldn't think of anything. She had already decided for herself that she would not forgive them, at least not yet. With Michael, the only option was divorce. Linda was so tired of her gray and boring life that she just didn't want to drag it out any longer. The news of Isabella's pregnancy was the last straw, and meeting Ethan. Linda hadn't considered a relationship with the man yet. Yes, she liked him a lot, But she didn't want to run into his arms after the first meeting. And what if he turned out to be a cheat or took advantage of her and immediately abandoned her? Such a scenario seemed extremely likely. But Linda was ready to take the risk. After all, she had nothing to lose. But to sleep together, even if they then immediately disperse, at least for one night she would be happy. But she didn't want to just silently apply. Mia would be back soon. How do I explain everything to her? She's a smart girl, she knows where babies come from, and she doesn't like Isabella. I didn't want the girl to overreact to her father's behavior. She loved him, and here. After dinner, Linda sat down on the sofa with her husband and pressed herself against his shoulder. "What are you doing?" Michael shuddered, not expecting his wife to show tenderness. "Michael," Linda said mysteriously. A plan had formed in her head. "There's something I need to tell you." "What is it?" Her husband became wary. "I don't even know how to begin. So tell me what you have to say. What's the point in dragging it out? We're not strangers." "Michael, tell me, do you love me?" "Here we go. Of course I love you. Where are you going to go? You're my wife. Do you love Mia?" What kind of stupid questions are these? She's my child. But then I want to make you happy. Linda's eyes sparkled. "Michael, I'm pregnant. You and I are going to have another baby." "What did you say?" Michael turned pale and even recoiled from his wife. "What? It's impossible?" "Why is it impossible? Aren't you excited? I always thought you wanted a son. Do you know the sex already? But we're not even sleeping together. When did this happen?" "I went to the doctor yesterday. To be honest, I didn't even think I was late because I was pregnant. I thought it was just my cycle being off." "Linda, we're not ready for a second baby right now. You know our money's tight." Michael was visibly nervous. He seemed to be calculating in his head how much it would cost him to support both children, his wife's and his mistress's. "I know this is going to sound crazy, but we have to make an interruption." "What termination, Michael?" Linda had tears in her eyes. "I'm 4 months pregnant. You can't do this." "Linda, I can't believe you didn't know before. I can't believe how irresponsible you've been. You know we don't have the money, we don't have the flat, and Mia is at that age. It's impossible. We have to think of something." "What are you going to do, Michael?" "I don't understand you, it's your child. You're suggesting I do a clandestine abortion, which will end up killing him and me. Why would it be clandestine? Why would we die? I'll arrange with a doctor I know, they'll do it at the hospital. They do abort at this term if it's life-threatening. But I'm not in any danger. It's just a formality, Linda." Misha jumped up from the sofa. "You don't understand what's going on." "No, Michael, no, I'm not doing any interruptions." "Fine, don't do it. But then we'll put the baby in an orphanage after it's born." "Are you out of your mind?" Linda screamed. "What orphanage? What is wrong with you, Michael? It's your baby." "I'm not so sure about that." What? Linda squinted. "What do you mean you're not sure?" "Linda, you and I don't have a close relationship. How could you get pregnant? Are you suspecting me or something? Shame on you. The timing fits. It was right after your birthday. Don't tell me you don't remember." "Oh yeah, you were drunk." "I remember everything." My husband grumbled. "How can you do that, just once?" "It's just that God wants us to have a baby. Don't you understand?" "I don't care." Michael clutched his head. "Don't you get it? A second child is a huge expense. I can support him on my own." Linda pressed her lips together. "What are you talking about? My salary is enough for me and him. Mia's on your budget. Or are you giving up on her too? Or do you have something or someone that takes the lion's share of your income?" "Michael, I know exactly how you're doing. And I'm not asking where you're spending a few thousand a month to bypass the family budget. And don't lie to me about business. Do you take cash withdrawals and put them somewhere else? I don't know, maybe you have a stash in your mattress and you prefer to save a little bit in notes. I'm not getting into this, but you know, if you keep this up, I'm just going to leave. And you will never, ever, ever see your children again. That's it. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Linda, we need to calm down. You just shocked me with this news. I need to come to my senses. Where are you going? Linda followed her husband. I don't know. I need to go for a walk, mumbled Michael as he put on his trainers. Aha, Linda triumphed to herself. 100% to Isabella. I wonder what he'll say to her. It's a game changer. How will Michael get out of this? She hit the big one, the money. The funny thing is, Isabella's not going to let it go. She's going to get her alimony anyway. And she's going to make it look like such a scandal. And that bastard hasn't even mentioned a second child, even though he could have told me all about it. Well, I'm not really interested. The main thing is that he's twitching and Isabella's going to worry. Man. I feel sorry for her. Pregnant women shouldn't be nervous. I don't care. They weren't thinking about me. Why should I think about them now? In fact, I'd really like to see Ethan right now. Linda texted the man. He replied almost immediately, and Linda asked him to call her back. Is something wrong? Ethan asked worriedly. Ethan. Yes, something happened, Linda sighed. I think I'm getting a divorce. Oh my God, how can that be? Yesterday everything was not so categorical. Or did you make such a decision after talking to me? I didn't think I was capable of such a thing. No, you didn't. Linda laughed. It's different. Why don't we meet tonight? I'd love to. I'll be off in about 2 hours. Would that be convenient? Yeah, let's meet there then. Okay. Linda was standing outside the cafe when Ethan drove up. He flashed his headlights at her, and the woman got into his car. The man kissed her on the cheek, which sent a shiver through Linda's body. Well, what was so interesting? He asked. You know, I found out by accident. Well, remember I told you about my friend Isabella? That's the one who persuaded you to start paying attention to other men? Yes, Linda nodded and took a deep breath. Anyway, she's pregnant with Michael's baby. What? Ethan was surprised. I thought you said they couldn't stand each other. That's what I mean. I do not know when and where it all happened. But she's already 5 months pregnant. And apparently after the housewarming party, they were having a nice chat in the kitchen. I guess that's when they hit it off. I don't know the details. I overheard them talking in the kitchen today. I also blame myself for thinking about cheating. Isabella wants Michael to tell me everything, but he won't. The funny thing is, I told him this afternoon that I'm pregnant too. You should have seen the look on his face. He said all sorts of things to me. Then he went off to Isabella's, probably. He wasn't even back yet when I left. They're both nervous now. Are you pregnant? Ethan looked scared. No, of course not. Michael and I do not sleep at all. I convinced him that all this happened after his birthday, when he was drunk and doesn't remember anything. Oh, I see. So what, you're getting a divorce right away? What's the point of dragging this out? I've put up with this whole life together before, but now I'm sick of it. I'm betrayed by 2 people who are close to me at once. I feel sorry for Mia, but I'll explain everything to her. I just don't want her to hate her father. Now I'm thinking about how to get revenge on Isabella. Revenge is a dangerous thing, Ethan said thoughtfully. But I don't even want to take revenge, but to teach her a lesson. Now I feel betrayed and angry with her. But objectively, given her attitude toward the children, she has already punished herself. If I loved Michael, then yeah. Now I'm just angry. But I know that he will not abandon the child, and they will not have a relationship anyway. Michael's a decent guy, and he'd give his last penny. Even the way he reacted to my pregnancy today, it's only natural. I can only imagine how he was calculating the costs in his head. What's the best way to teach Isabella a lesson? I don't know. She loves money too, she loves it so much. But I can't do anything about it. And as far as I know, she doesn't have a man at the moment. She could at least try to steal him away. That's sneaky. You don't look like you're capable of anything like that. Listen, what if you and I put on a show? You say Isabella's into men and money. Let me meet her, start courting her. And when things get serious, you'll accidentally steal me away from her. Are you serious? Linda laughed. It's all a bit childish. It's quite serious. I'm attracted to women. But not every one will be to my liking. But what if Isabella does? She's beautiful. What then? Who would be the fool? Me again. I won't like her, even if she's 3 times beautiful. It's not about beauty. She's a rotten person. I'll never look at someone like that in my life. So you're worried about me getting stolen? I'm not worried. Linda blushed. It's just that I really like you and I'm sorry to give you away. Linda, you don't have to give me away. I'm not a thing, and I'm not in over my head. And I'll tell you right off the bat, as an adult to an adult, I really like you. That's where it's appropriate to say you like me. I'm not counting on anything, and I won't pressure you for anything, but I just want to help you as a friend. Can we be friends now? My life is boring, and a play like this will at least give me some fun. I don't know, Linda thought. I don't really like it. How do you see it? Isabella knows a trick when she sees one. Well, you can imagine it for me. I'm a good actor. My ex-wife taught me. She used to do this kind of tour. Okay, Linda waved her hand. You got it. When do we start? Tomorrow. Give me her address and a picture of her. I already have some ideas. Linda was looking at pictures on her phone and showed Ethan Isabella. Yes, she's beautiful, the man nodded. But you can tell she's a predator. I've always avoided her. Shall we get started? I'll visit her tomorrow. Michael was acting aggressively. Linda fought with him several times in the evening. Apparently, Isabella said something that really pissed off her husband. But there was no way for Linda to find out. She preferred to lock herself in Mia's room and not cross paths with her husband. She took the bouquet of peonies with her. On Sunday, Michael left for work, saying he was very busy. Linda called Ethan and asked if he would be implementing his plan today. The man promised to let her know later what had been done. In the evening, they met again. Ethan looked cheerful. Yes, she's a real piece of work, your girlfriend, laughed the man. Tell me, come on, don't keep me waiting. Linda was impatient and curious. In general, took her today in his shop a luxurious bouquet of 101 roses. Women are usually crazy about those. You've seen them, right? They come in these beautiful buckets, red as blood. It seemed to me that Isabella liked them just the way they are. So I drove with all this stuff to her house. I waited for a long time, like 2 hours. I didn't even know if she'd come out or not. And then a miracle happened. I was distracted by the phone, and out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that a woman was coming out of the entrance. I looked closely, and it was her. Well, I immediately got out of the car with these flowers, caught up with her, and stuck her this bucket. She looked at me with her eyes bulging, standing there, not understanding what was going on. And I said to her, "Girl, I'm sorry, but I've got a problem here. My girlfriend left me. I brought her flowers, but she refused. She found someone else. And I don't want the flowers to go to waste. So I sat down to look for someone to give them to. And as luck would have it, only mothers with children up to their grandmothers. I wanted to give them to a beautiful girl. And then you come along. So I almost fell down. I realized at once that I was in the right place. Don't be impertinent. Take them." What about her? Linda was surprised. At first she was confused, of course, but then she squinted and took the flowers, saying I should take them home. And she thanked me. So I waited for her to come out again and persistently approached her. I said, "Girl, you'll forgive me, but I'm conquered. I've never seen such a beauty. Would you consider it an honor to meet her? I've got a reservation and I'm missing a table at the restaurant." So she said yes. I could tell she was hesitant, but something clicked. "And you've been to the restaurant?" Linda asked. Yes, I took her there. We had dinner, had a very nice conversation. She even told me she was pregnant. She said her husband had left her and found someone else. Well, we mourned over our common grief, chatted about this and that. I asked her out again. I said, "A baby's not a problem. I've always wanted one. And since I liked her so much, I'd be happy to continue getting to know her." And she said yes, of course. Naturally. She especially liked my car. I didn't drive my crossover, but another sporty one. Well, Isabella's eyes were burning. It's obvious that she had all the prospects in mind. So now it's just a matter of making her fall in love with him. Well, here, unlikely to succeed, Linda said disappointedly. Isabella has never fallen in love with anyone. She is a purely rational person. She is guided only by benefits. But she dreams of love. So let's give her that love. Well, I don't know how you'll do it, of course. Just trust me. With that, Ethan pulled Linda to him and kissed her. The woman's heart pounded desperately. What are you doing? She was embarrassed, but she didn't pull away. It's a sign that I'm serious, and that you have no doubts. In the meantime, I suggest we have dinner somewhere. Hopefully not Isabella, not your husband, we won't be caught. They chose a quiet, cozy restaurant. For the rest of the evening, Linda kept her eyes on Ethan. She felt everything inside her become airy and light. This had never happened to her before. Linda was working on her computer when her doorbell rang unexpectedly. Opening the door, the woman saw an extremely agitated friend. Isabella, what's wrong? Do you need to know? I can't hold it in any longer. Are you alone? Yeah, Michael's at work, and Mia's not flying until tonight. Come on in. Linda, I'm gone. Isabella rolled her eyes dreamily. Missing where? Linda squinted, realizing what she was getting at. You know, I met a man last week, and it's like a fairy tale. He gave me a huge bouquet, like the most gorgeous thing ever. Oh, you've got something to be happy about. You've had a lifetime of flowers, but what's the use? No, Linda, this is different. He just walked up to me in the street and handed me these gorgeous flowers. I thought it was a joke at first, but he was persistent. He'd just broken up with his girlfriend. He asked me out on a date. I felt so bad. I said yes. I just fell head over heels in love with him. Name's Ethan. He's got his own business, sells flowers, drives a luxury car, owns his own house, and is divorced. But none of it matters. It's the first time I've ever felt like my man was destined to be my man. Yeah, okay, did you have a relationship with him before? No, that's the thing. He's so gallant. He doesn't push. He doesn't rush. He's so handsome. He's very interesting. I'd love to have him in my apartment. You should see how handsome he is. But I'm afraid of scaring him off. It's always like that with me. Once we sleep together, they run away, or it stays that way. I won't let that happen. And it's not about money at all. Believe it or not. I'm really happy for you. Linda hugged her friend, happy that Ethan had managed to fulfill his promise. Listen, can we come to your birthday party together? I really want to show him to you. Would Michael mind? Michael? Isabella was surprised. What's he got to do with it? Well, he doesn't like you very much, and now you're bringing a date. You know, an extra mouth at the table. He's a cheapskate who counts every penny. Oh, that Michael of yours. If you want, my Ethan will organize a whole banquet for you. I can ask him. Don't. You'll really scare the man. A banquet is not a bouquet, especially not yours, but your friend's. It's okay. I'm setting the table, not Michael. So come by, sure, I'd love to meet your Ethan. Great. Isabella kissed Linda on the cheek. We owe you an awesome gift. Isabella, don't charge him, please. What are you talking about? What's he got to do with it? I wasn't thinking he owes me a bouquet. It's no problem at all. I can buy my own presents. Besides, it was my quarterly bonus. Okay, you got me. Linda smiled. You're getting chubbier and chubbier, by the way. Are you taking all your vitamins? Oh, don't say anything. Isabella blushed. I'll be pregnant soon. Well, I'm off. I still have things to do. See you later. Lita locked the door behind her friend and laughed. She immediately dialed Ethan. Ethan. Linda laughed into the phone. That's it, the fish is hooked. Now Isabella was at my place. She swears that she fell in love with you to death. And everything's going smoothly and sweetly between you two. Linda, I hope you're not jealous. We never had a thing with her, and we never will. Yeah, I know. She told me all about it. She can't wait, but she's afraid she's going to miss out. She's holding on by her wits. I don't know what you're doing to her, but it's awesome. I'm expecting you two for your birthday this weekend. We'll do it then. I've already drawn up the divorce papers. All I have to do is hand them to Michael and put Isabella in her place. That's great. What are you doing today? Mia's coming back today. I'm going to meet her and I want to tell her everything so she doesn't get the shock of the holidays. Okay, I won't interrupt. I'll just keep working on your friend. By late afternoon, Linda was on edge. Michael took his time getting home from work, but that was to her advantage. She wanted to talk to her daughter alone. Mia was brought in by Oscar's parents. The girl flew into the flat, excited, flushed. She kissed her mother and chattered non-stop. When the girl had calmed down a little, Linda called her into the kitchen for tea. Mia, I need to tell you something, she began delicately. Mum, just don't start lecturing me. I'm not pregnant. I behaved properly and Oscar and I are fine. Thank you so much for helping me with the trip. I would have suffered so much. Emma Walsh has a thing for him too. And Oscar is such a wingman. Baby, this isn't about you, even though you had something to do with it. What is it? Don't tell me Dad's broke again, and we have to move again. No, I mean Dad's broke, but in a completely different matter. What's that? Mia's eyes popped out. Mia, you're an adult, and you're not being unreasonable. Please just accept it and don't despair. What's the matter? Did he file for divorce? No, Mia, I'm getting a divorce. What? My daughter's eyes widened. Why would you do that? I'm sick of him. I'll keep it quiet. Anyway, Aunt Isabella's pregnant with Michael's baby, and they're keeping it from me. And I told your dad I was pregnant too, but it's not true. I just wanted to annoy him. Now he's hardly ever home. Of course he does, 2 pregnant women. Mum, we have to do something. I'm already doing something. The issue with Dad is settled. I'm filing for divorce. I can put up with a lot of things, but not this hypocrisy. You can talk to him any way you want. I won't interfere. After all, what happened is between me and him. It has nothing to do with you. And I'm asking you to stay out of it. If you come back from the divorce and you're back from him, he'll be devastated. Michael is a good man and a good father. I just don't want to live with him anymore. Wait, you're just giving him to Aunt Isabella. What about love? What love, Mia? Linda sighed. We never had any, just routine and comfort. Let him live as he likes. Isabella doesn't need him, but we can't let her get away with it. Well, darling, don't worry. The plan to punish her is already in motion. Let's hear more about it. Mia's moving in closer. What plan? Mia, I met a man. Linda's blushing deep red. A man. Mum, you're all red. Don't tell me you're in love. I guess I am. Linda smiled. Who's the man? His name is Ethan. Very nice. You'll see him on Saturday. Is he coming here? Mia collapsed. Yes, but you're going to have to play along with me. You see, Ethan was the one who figured out how to teach Isabella a lesson. Now he's doing everything he can to make her fall in love with him, and he's succeeding. Isabella came running this morning to tell me she's in love. Okay, I don't get it. If they're in love and you like him, how is that even possible? It's an act, Mia. Linda patted her daughter on the head and told her her plan. Well, Mum, I didn't expect this from you. Look, don't be sorry. But Dad, I don't even know how he's going to act. He can do what he wants to do. I don't care anymore. When Michael returned home from work, his daughter showed nothing of herself. She was a little more reserved with her father. There weren't many guests. Linda set the table, put on a beautiful dress. Mia hung balloons and tinsel everywhere. Michael tried to pretend that he was happy with what was going on, but from time to time he glanced at his wife, trying to see her protruding belly. Naturally, he saw nothing, which made him even angrier. Finally, the doorbell rang. It was Isabella. Ethan stayed behind, holding a huge bouquet of peonies. Here we are. Isabella was glowing with happiness. Meet Ethan, the man of my dreams. Michael stood red as a cancer and looked hatefully at Isabella, at her companion, and at the flowers. But Linda quickly tried to ease the tension and invited everyone to the table. Mia watched Ethan with interest, occasionally glancing at her mother, and smiled meaningfully. It was obvious that her daughter liked the man. When the fun was in full swing, Linda noticed that neither Isabella nor her husband were at the table. She approached Ethan and invited him out on the balcony to admire the view. It looks like everything is going according to plan. Ethan smiled. I saw Isabella go to the bathroom and Michael followed her, and they've been gone for about 10 minutes. Apparently they're working things out. All we have to do is wait. I warned Mia, and most of the guests are gone. The ones that are left aren't really interested in our marital bliss. So can I kiss you? Linda smiled, and without waiting for her consent, He gently took her chin and pulled her to him. Linda didn't know how long the kiss lasted, but it seemed infinitely long. She felt even more pleasure at the anticipation of being caught like this right now. "Linda." Michael almost shouted. "What are you doing?" Isabella's voice broke into a shriek. "We." The woman looked closely at her husband and friend, pulling away from Ethan's lips but remaining in his arms. "Kissing, can't you see?" "We can see that." Michael was outraged. "I'm asking what the hell is going on here. And I'm wondering." Isabella glared at Ethan and her friend. "How can I explain it to you?" Ethan began confused. "Love is happening here. What else can you call it on sight?" "Yes," Linda smiled. "I would call it that too." "No, you've got a nerve." Michael continued to shout. "Not only are you doing this, but you're making fun of us." "Linda, are you ashamed to kiss the first guy you see in the marital home? And you, honorable man, are you so drunk that you mistook your woman for mine?" "No, sir," Ethan mocked him. "You confused your woman with mine." "What are you talking about?" Michael shouted, pulling away from Isabella, who was ready to lunge at the embracing couple. "About what's under Isabella's breasts." Linda squinted at him. "Who exactly?" Isabella and Michael looked at each other. The woman went dramatically pale and the man blushed even more. "Did you know everything?" Isabella asked her friend, pressing her lips together. "Yes," she nodded. "For a couple of weeks now. You came in the morning and I overheard everything." "But why, then, didn't you charge me with anything?" "What would I say and what would I hear in return? I wanted you to realize what a despicable thing I'd done. But you never even loved Michael." "Yeah, but he's still my husband, and you had no right to use him." "Wait a minute," Michael interjected. "You mean Linda was aware of everything and acted so calmly? And now what, like your baby?" "There is no baby, Michael," Linda replied. "I made the whole thing up to see how you'd behave. And you, believe me, proved that I made the right decision from the beginning." "The right decision?" "I questioned my husband." "Yes, we're divorcing you. All the documents are ready. I'll tell you right away that with Mia, you see, I will not interfere. She is already aware of everything and will live then with me, then with you. Thank your daughter for not hating you after all this." "Divorce?" Michael's eyes widened. "Yeah, what did you want?" "I don't want to live with you anymore. I realize you're not going to be so comfortable right now." Linda sneered. "But it's better for everyone." "All right. Well, make it clear to me, what does Ethan have to do with this?" "Linda, even the whole situation does not give you the right to hang on my man's neck. Are you Ethan? Are you out of your mind?" "It's nothing personal." Linda asked me to help her. "Wait," Isabella wrinkled her forehead. "You mean you two know each other?" "Well, yes," nodded Ethan. "And not just acquainted. I can already say with certainty that I love this woman." The blood rushed to Isabella's face. She finally realized what had really happened. Tears spurted from her eyes. She pushed Michael away and ran away. Not a minute later, the front door slammed. Michael remained standing in the doorway. Linda walked past, leading Ethan by the hand. Mia looked on in bewilderment at all that was going on in the company of a couple of the remaining guests. "You've got to be kidding me," was all her daughter said. Linda pressed and pressed the bell, but no one came to the door. Then the woman started pounding on the door with her fist, a dark suspicion creeping in. Finally, something inside clicked and the door opened. "Why did you come?" Isabella asked in a tired voice. She had lost a lot of weight, but under her pink bodysuit she could see a well-shaped belly. "Isabella, I need to talk to you." Linda smiled guiltily. She hadn't spoken to her friend for 3 months since her birthday. "Well, come in now that you're here." Isabella moved aside, letting her guest inside. "Isabella." Linda sighed heavily and looked her friend straight in the eye. "I came to apologize." "For what?" The woman grinned. "For that play." "I don't care. It was my own fault. I should be the one apologizing to you. Your husband made a baby for me. How's he doing, by the way?" "Not so good, to be honest. I haven't seen him since the divorce. Mia sleeps over at Michael's every day. Thanks to her. Without his daughter, he'd be out of his mind." "How's he treating you?" Well, he puts money on my card. But I'm going back. I don't want anything from him. I make a good living myself. I decided, as you advised, to have a child for myself. I'm being punished by karma for my consumerist attitude to life. The baby, Linda, I didn't want it at first. I thought I'd get rid of it, and then I used it to manipulate Michael. And then I met Ethan, and it was like I had no more real feelings. It changed everything in my head. How is he, by the way? Good, he gave you flowers, but I left them in the car. I didn't know if you'd open them or not. I'll get them. Don't. Isabella smiled faintly. Isabella, it's from the heart. We collected the bouquet especially for you. No, you don't understand, laughed her friend. I'm allergic. Even indoor plants all move to my dad. I don't want to see the baby. Really? Linda was surprised. You poor thing. Linda held her friend tightly and felt her shaking with sobs. What are you doing? Questioned Lyda. How not to cry. Isabella sobbed. I did not think that you are such a kind aunt. Well, how can such a trash like me forgive and even hug here to stand? And don't forget I'm hormonal. And both women laughed. Ira, when's the baby due? Linda asked, munching on the cake that her friend had baked in the morning. It's delicious. I never realized you were such a good cook. Thank you, Isabella smiled. While I'm at home, I'm learning. And how will the baby look at me later? Yes, in 3 weeks the doctor says so. Oh, I'm so scared. What's there to be afraid of? 1 million women give birth, and you're no worse. But I'm old. Have you even heard that the government wants to raise the age of old age to 36? So you don't even fall into that category. What are you talking about? Isabella looked at Linda suspiciously. Yes, it's too early to say, but the woman hesitated. I haven't even told Ethan anything yet. But I took a test this morning and I got 2 stripes. Oh, come on. Wow, you guys are fast. You've only known each other for a little while. How long? 4 months. Yeah, I know it's not that long. But we're adults. We don't have time to make mistakes, and look. I can feel myself drawn to him. And he's attracted to me. You told me yourself that without love a woman is unhappy. And now I feel loved and needed and wanted. I really had no idea it could be like this. What I saw with Michael and before him, all the men before him weren't serious. And then I was struck by lightning. Yeah, I went through something like that with Ethan myself. It's a different kind of energy. I can't imagine how his ex-wife could pass up such happiness for some guy in Dubai. Lucky you, baby. Of course I'm jealous. I can't argue with that. There's still something about Ethan. No, it's not love, of course. But I had a huge crush on him. I've never felt anything like it either. I'm done now, and I'm done now, and I'm done. I've got a lot more feelings to experience now. I know what it's like to be a mother, but soon I'll really understand. I'm happy for you, mate. Lita kissed her friend on the forehead. And anyway, it doesn't matter what happened there. Let's be optimistic about the future. By the way, your son will be my Mia's brother. Do you realize that? Shit. You do, don't you? Isabella was surprised. I hadn't even thought of that. So we're related now? Yes, we are. Linda laughed, and Mia will not be laughing now. 2 brothers to bring up at once. Mia's going to be so happy she's going to whistle away. You and I can manage on our own. All right, Isabella, I'll go. I'm going to stop by the gynecologist to make sure the test is accurate. And then I'll let Ethan know. Let me know too. Don't forget. I love you, Linda. You're the best woman in the world. And I love you. I don't care what happened. Linda sat in the dark kitchen of Ethan's city flat. They usually went to the country house for the weekend. It was more convenient to live here to get to school faster. Although the girl often stayed at her father's house, but Linda still thought of her first and foremost. Ethan didn't mind. He and Mia quickly found a common language. The girl even showed an active interest in floristry and often came to the central shop fan to learn this craft. Linda clutched tightly in her hands a sheet of paper with a picture attached to it. When the light came on in the hallway, the woman flinched. Ethan also flinched when he entered the kitchen, turned on the light, and saw his woman sitting in a chair. Linda, he said, pretending to hold his heart. Why are you sitting in the dark? Why are you home anyway? Mia said you two were going out tonight. Mia and Oscar went on a bike ride. for a bike ride. They're closing out the season. I went on a business trip and I'm back now. Your own thing? What's that, I wonder? Ethan squinted. And it does not explain sitting in the dark. What is this paper you have? And this, Linda caught up. Ethan, they told me to give it to you. Jesus, Linda, why is the tone so mournful? You scare me? Who told to give? Stork. What kind of name is that? I've never heard it before. And you look at it, you'll recognize it immediately. Lita handed the man the ultrasound results. He ran the text several times with his eyes, twirled the image, and looked silently at Linda. Nothing to say? Linda opened her eyes. I can't read handwriting. Ethan blushed. It's from the hospital, I get it. An X-ray or something. Jesus, are you serious? Linda laughed. X-ray. Vanya, I'm pregnant. You and I are going to have a baby. I've heard that somewhere before. Michael was also played by you. Just so you know, there's nothing to avenge. You're a fool. Lita gently stroked the man on the head. Ethan, I'm serious. You and I will have a child. You see, all somehow quickly so, but it's true. The man's eyes lit up. Really? God, baby, yes, this is the best news of my life. I couldn't even dream of this. Ethan picked Linda up in his arms and started kissing her cheeks, forehead, and eyes everywhere. Linda laughed and tried to pull away. What kind of fun is going on here? Came Mia's voice. Ethan and Linda froze and looked at each other. Well, you tell me, winked the man. Linda nodded. Ethan gently lowered her to the floor. Linda walked over to Mia and looked into her eyes. Baby, just don't make a scene, the mother said seriously. I know that in families there is competition between children, and the older ones are often jealous of the younger ones. Well, it shouldn't be like that in ours. Mom, are you all right? Mia touched her mother's forehead to check for a fever. What older kids, what younger kids? I'm kind of on my own. Aunt Isabella's having my half-brother soon, though. Is that what you mean? Almost. Mother laughed. Aunt Isabella has a brother and I have a sister. Well, perhaps it's too young to tell the sex, but somehow I think it will be a girl. Mum. Mia's starting to get the message. Are you saying you're having a baby? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. No way. Mia shook her head. And you are good, Ethan. What do you mean? You're going to put 2 babies on me at once? What traitors? Mia laughed loudly. Linda laughed, and then Ethan laughed, too.